Hello, good evening, Twin Minds here. We are back at the Nomifactory, and tonight we are expanding. As if this pack couldn't get any bigger, we're taking everything that we currently have and making it biggerer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Time to delve as full into multiblocks as we possibly can. Because, quite frankly, the ore processing, as awesome as it has been, ain't keeping up, and it is not going to keep up with our future needs. So we gotta do that, among some other things. So you ready, Pine?
No.
Okay. We have ore processing to expand. We have system-wide updates to do from all of our legacy code that's been built up over time. All these varying wire colors down here can really clearly show our tech progress as we've been expanding this room.
Yeah, some of this stuff is, well, technically some of this stuff is still on LV.
Yep, we have some LV over here, and then merging into MV, and then we've got more MV over here, and then...
This is actually the last LV in the base. Well,
Is it
except for
really?
the, I guess, well, except for the, never mind, yeah, you have your
We
wall.
have what's left of the LV
got
wall, which
little bits
also
of
needs to
wall.
be updated.
Yeah.
And then we've got this whole MV
A lot of this is
section,
MV.
and
Yeah.
got quite a bit of HV stuff in here still, and
The HV things, there's a chance that's fine, because a lot of these things are backed up because we're not consuming the stuff.
yet.
Yeah. But, yeah.
So yeah, that's our current task. But since Tuesday, I did manage to finish the micro miner configuration, at least as best as I can, for the moment. All of the ones I was able to identify are automated.
Which ones have you not been able to?
Well, I mean, I found nothing useful in Tier 4. There were some Tier 4 and 5 and 2, I think, that I just couldn't identify as being necessary.
I think Tier 4 was I was thinking about the lapis. 'Cause we don't actually get lapis from anything.
Got it. That was the one I was questioning, because that's lapis and emerald.
Yeah.
We're getting pure emerald from elsewhere, but yeah, I didn't see a
Regular
source of
emeralds
lapis.
we're DMLing, but we're not. I've just been buying lapis ore.
Got it. So we definitely need that then. So that's Tier 4. Oh, so take a peek at all my stuff here, especially this little section. So on the far left, we've got up to 4 quantity storage for each of the microminer types, and it's set with the crafting card to automatically craft up to have them ready to go. For whatever reason, 2's not working.
Yeah.
We'll have to look into that. In the middle are some of the various subcomponents that take a little bit more time and effort to make, so those can be stocked up to a little bit of an overage. And then over here are the really janky dislocators that don't like to work correctly because they have so much MBT and metadata on them. So
I like the 4 Tier 10s queued up.
yup,
That's nice.
it's
That's ambitious.
bracing for the future. I did not automate the tier 9s and 10s. Those patterns are easy enough to make, and we're not going to need them for a while. But I did automate the tier 8, assuming we're getting there moderately soon.
Yep.
Yes, indeed, Blade. Let
The other thing we're gonna want to
commence.
do is more of those empowerer setups, and then more of those automated
Yes.
crafting tables.
I actually queued up a few more of the Draconic... Oh, the Empower. Sorry, the Empower. I queued up a few more of the Draconic infusion crafting as well.
Yeah.
On our way here. But yeah, the Empowerers we'll probably need to do more of. I don't know if
Certainly
there's...
going to need more of.
I don't know if there's an easier way to do the actual addition zapping. Like, did they provide us with an alternative, like the Empower has an alternative, or are we going to be stuck with floor zapping?
I think we're stuck with floor zapping.
Okay.
But more of those.
Okay. Oh, and I did do some thinking in my half nap state, and we may be able to get away with not doing the paper automation for the microminers.
Oh yeah.
Because I set my microminers to not only use the paper, but also list the actual outputs that we're expecting to get from them. It can't list all of them, but it can list the ones that we cared the most about.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go in and you search for phosphate, you actually get the tricalcium phosphate ore that you can request directly.
Right.
And that, as long as we receive that tricalcium phosphate ore as the expected output, it should just complete the craft automatically versus having to shuffle paper. So I'm going to try to reconfigure those without the paper at all, because that would vastly simplify the process if it doesn't have to deal with the paper.
Right.
And simplify my making of the recipes.
Yeah.
The only catch is when making the recipes, there can only be 3 listed outputs. So if there are any of them that we care about any more of the outputs, then that we'll have to have separate recipes created. But that's easy enough.
Yeah.
Like, not a big deal. But it does tackle the registration that the crafting has completed by just listing the outputs. So that was the thing I was experimenting with, and it all seems to be working pretty great, except for that whole tier 2 for whatever reason. Why are you not crafting? Tell it to craft 3 of them, and that's why it's not crafting. It's missing materials, and the materials it's missing are long stainless steel rods. Apparently those didn't make it into my automation setup.
It's good to find that out.
Yep. All right, long stainless steel rods. I'm gonna go make a recipe for that.
So one of the other things that I did just maybe an hour ago was I increased the storage on all of our circuits from 1 stack to 4 stacks.
Good.
So everything circuit related is going to be constantly pumping for the next little while.
All right. Oh, and also, I finally finished setting up the walls, the wall for component exports. I had been not wanting to do it because there's so damn many of them, but the wall is finally configured to the best of my knowledge to export to a full, 8 stacks or whatever of each component, up to 512 total.
Are the things downstairs of your, like the things down here below on the floor down?
I did not set any of those up for auto crafting because this has been such a mishmash down here that there was no consistency to what made it in there. So I didn't know which ones we wanted to have set to auto craft.
Well, I know it might be fun to have, if it might be a good idea to have a stockpile of the empowered things, or
probably a good idea. Yes.
The lasering things.
The laser and things, yeah, get those all stocked up so I don't have to wait for lasering every time.
One thing I also did is I changed the leather recipe in here because of those bat wings. This thing has enough energy to cook 12 at a time. I just changed it to 12.
Okay.
That way it, yeah.
Yeah, and that's another thing, like you had mentioned previously with the expansion of the machine room, is we might want to start making recipes that are bigger.
Yeah.
To do more than one request at a time.
Mm-hmm.
But that's going to require
the things that can
sifting
handle
through
it, yeah.
hundreds of recipes.
Yeah. And we can also switch some of the recipes to use different circuits of the same voltage tier.
Yes. Yeah, I think you're mostly done with like the earlier tier, top tier circuits, I think. Like the top LV, the top MV, etc.
Yeah, I have all of those. I even have actually all of the circuits with the exception of the first IV tier, that mainframe one with the yellow line. All of them are being made up to 4 stacks.
Okay, that's good. I'm trying to update my
I don't
list.
have that IV or that yellow mainframe one updated just because for whatever reason, however long ago I took everything out of that interface. I didn't want to set it all back up, and we're already making IV circuits elsewhere, so we don't really need the lowest tier, most expensive one.
Don't we though?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at whatever 256 plus 63 other IV tier circuits here. These ones are plus another 221 of them. So, I mean, we have 600 other IV tier circuits sitting
It'll
around.
do, I suppose. So many shortcuts.
Yeah,
I'm
we're gonna
finding
need
out.
more bigger machines. We need more assembly lines.
More and bigger.
Yeah, more empowerers, more draconic
Yeah.
fusion with similar recipes in them, so that way we can distribute the load.
Yes.
I'm just
Yeah.
thinking because, like, for the ball, right, the energy ball, I need 1,300 empowered palace crystal blocks, for example.
Oh, is that all?
Plus 152 red ones, 288 diamantine, and 300 emerald ones.
Okay.
Also, we need to, yeah, we'll need to think of a way to mass craft nether stars, because I find I need about 20,000 of those. That is actually
God, the nether stars are so awful.
It is not an underestimate or an overestimate. That's not exaggeration.
So nether stars require 5 subcomponents consisting of each of the oethium dusts and each of the oethium rods plus a block of luminescence. So we need to crank that up. So that brings me back to the... I think we need to figure out an order here. Because we need, say for example, taking the nether stars. We need an asinine amount of nether stars. And at the very prime center of that is luminescence. And at the center of that is phosphorus. And at the center of that is automating tier 2 microminer, whichever one that is. And then at the center of that is being able to process all of that incoming ore, which is going to be a crazy amount of incoming ore if we're going to do phosphorus in bulk. So I think the core issue that we need to solve first is ore processing.
All right.
I think.
Yeah. So I just, of all the things that I have currently recipe maps for, I have a need for 23,924 nether stars.
Which is a lot.
It is a lot. So
yeah.
yeah, we
unless
can.
there's...
Yeah, we can get the multi-block nonsense up and rolling. Got a list of all the machines at the very least that I need.
Yep, we got that list.
Or that we need.
Okay, so I have most, if not all, of the casings on Automate. The only thing I don't know is if we have all of the required ores for that. Like, for example, the sturdy HSSE machine casing. I don't know if we have enough HSSE for that. I don't know if that one's even required for anything. So we might need to take stock of what we're actually going to need for those multi-blocks. Sup, Sniper? Oh, and hi, Sparkle. Sorry, we were introing.
Wait,
My brain was lost. Yeah, it's just sturdy HSSE machine casing.
Well, HSE is silicon, cobalt, and manganese. We have plenty of manganese. Cobalt maybe, well, we should have some cobalt. Silicon is not a non-issue.
That one's for the advanced processing array, so that may not be critical.
Oh,
although
yeah, I don't have any of those in my...
We did determine that we might need that for my machine room, so maybe not a huge deal right now, but that one is
Those are the things where you can
HSSE.
cram several machines into one thing, right?
Oh, yeah. It just takes like the basic machines and just slaps up to 12 of them or whatever into there.
Yeah, because I think what I will eventually want to do is use those for like all the circuits.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
Yeah,
but that's not a now problem.
So Blade, about the paper thing, I'm going to test it without the paper and see if that's a better solution before I go too deep into explanation. Because the paper thing is questionable at best about how I even understand it. And I think my recipes work better than the paper thing. I think. Hey, I fixed the tier 2 microminer thing. It's already done.
Nice. Well done.
Okay. So, I'm assuming that we want to have, like, start and then zoom this away.
Yeah, so I'm going to have it go, down this way. Down this way.
And then wrap
And
around
then
back
if we
and then
needed
cross over if we
to-
need to, yeah.
Go across here, probably down this one,
Yeah, and loop
and
back up,
then loop back up around here.
Okay, makes sense.
Just gonna zigzag through the whole thing.
Works for
If
me.
we need the space.
Oh, we gonna need the space.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I need like the second half of this floor, for instance.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know. We'll see where we come to.
Alright. So, multiblocks. Do I have all the multiblocks, the core components? Large. So we've got centrifuge, LCR, electrolysis, distillery, maceration, mixing vessel. So those are the ones we have. So we'll need more recipes for auto crafting. Kind of want to just make all the recipes.
May as well. I mean, making the recipes doesn't necessitate that you make them right now. Well, make the machines or use the recipes right now, so that should be okay.
So we got LCR, maceration tower, arc smelter, maybe, assembling factory. Sure. Autoclave. Sure. Large material press. Sure. Brewing vat. Sure, why not? Centrifuge we got. Chemical bath. Nope, we need that. Extracting machine. Cutting machine. Some of these are for my own purposes later. Distillery we've got. Electrolysis. Right there. Electromagnet we need. Extrusion. Solidification. We may not have all the parts for all these, but we're going to try. Packaging, I believe he uses for his ore processing. Engraving. Sifting. Wire. Circuit assembler. Okay. So if there's a different one of a different name I'm not aware of, then that's done. All right. And then all of you guys can go here. So how's everyone doing out there tonight? Unfortunately, I can't shift click these in here, or I would. There we go. Job done.
Huh?
I did the thing. All
Nice.
of all the cores are completed. And all the casing should be all ready to craft for the most part. So how are we gonna tackle this thing?
Planning.
Planning. So the start is an LCR?
Yes. The dense ore gets
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
nitric
Dense ores.
acid
Right.
into regular ore, which then goes into maceration.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah.
Do
So
you...
I'm gonna like I'll lay out what's gonna go where and all that, and if you want to make the blocks,
That's what I was
or at
wondering. Like, do you
least
want me to just follow behind her, or do you need room to, like, to reorganize first before I start making?
I mean, you can always make the components.
Fair.
Whether or not we want the LCRs to go like literally right here or like here, you know, I'm not sure yet, but
Alright. Well, I'll follow behind the best I can.
yeah.
And then LCR. I'm doing peachy keen myself. I'm a little bit scatterbrained at the moment, but that's okay.
And because we're gonna show off our bling, I'm planning on using platinum item ducts.
Ooh.
I'm gonna use platinum item ducts, the tungsten steel crates, and then I think IV conveyor belts, because then we can shuffle. I think it's 8 or 16 stacks per second.
All right.
So
Well, let me make sure that we've got those on craft.
we do.
We do. All right.
I did that.
All right then. I missed. Alright, so how about we take this. There. New ore processing teleport.
Nice.
Alright, so we're going to need just a stupid amount of hatches. I don't think any of the fluids or items need to be in crazy amounts, so we're just gonna make a bunch so we can have them. EV, MV, HV. Get a bunch of maintenance hatches cooking. Oh shit. These are one of the ones that we have on a low keep stocked amount, so I'll craft half of it right now and then we'll come back and craft the rest later. Let's see. What power level are we going for with these?
Probably a ZPM and at least the 16x parallel hatch.
Start at ZPM or end at ZPM? So like LUV to ZPM?
Yeah, I think that'll be cheaper if we double LUV up to ZPM.
Okay.
ZPM stuff's kind of
LUV
expensive
energy
right now.
hatch. Ah. Rhodium plated aluminum palladium. Rhodium plated aluminum palladium. I need to find out where that's being cooked. Okay. Rhodium plated aluminum palladium. So that is... yeah, let's see what's happening here. Okay, it's right here. Somewhere around... no. Somewhere around here? Rhodium plated aluminum palladium. Rhodium plated aluminum palladium. Okay, so we need more. so how about 500? Yeah, sure. How about that? So, rhodium we have plenty of. Lumium we've got plenty of. Palladium I know we've got plenty of. So we should be fine to cook that up quite a bit. I might even put that up to 1,000. This one should be fine for the moment. Howdy, Hafenpunk. How you doing? Stainless is going. That's fine. Alright, so we need LUV energy hatches. We'll start there. We also need LUV energy converters. We'll start there. Ah, niobium titanium. And that requires a lot of niobium titanium. Cool. Niobium titanium we have here. And I believe it's being made into dust and immediately cooked. So let's make fewer of those for now. Right, the rhodium plated lumium palladium. Rhodium plated lumium palladium. Stress arrives in waves tonight. That's not good. Hopefully you're able to take enough of a break between waves at least. Let's see. Sinaquita, alloy, niobium titanium. You're set to 1,000. Okay. I think that the input is just where the slow part is here. Because that is niobium titanium dust, which I'm assuming is... Might not be ore processing. It might be a question mark. Is it this one? Nope, that's Naquita. This one? Yeah, niobium titanium. That is just a slow as shit recipe. Okay, cool. It's a 10-second recipe per ingot. And that just is going to take some time. Niobium we've got plenty, and titanium I know we've got plenty, so we're fine there. 5 to 30 minute calm phases in between. That's not, I mean, that's not great. That's not terrible. Oh, but it's caused by an unknown issue. Ah, I see. That's a problem. Well, good luck with that. Alright. Do. So we got the energy hatches, we got this problem still. Alright. Large chemical reactors in my pocket. PTFE casings. So we got LCRs, maceration. Large maceration tower. Ore washing. Chemical bath, LCR, centrifuge, so all of the separations at the moment. So we can just do these one at a time. Or we can't. What's missing out of here? Ah, elite chemical bath and elite ore washing plant. Let's go make some patterns. What do we have for elites so far? So we've got elite alloy smelter, assembly machine 2, 3, centrifuge, circuit, cutting, right. So these are just going to be basic elites. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, basic elite. All right, let's do
Platinum group processing bit in this flowchart is the hardest part to set up.
I am not shocked.
That's I have no idea how to lay this out.
Alloy smelter we've got. Assembly machine, autoclave.
There's a non-zero
we're
chance it's gonna be a
need.
spaghetti bunch of ducts and piping and whatnot.
Very possibly. We need patterns. More patterns. Alright. So we got the centrifuge. Let's do the bending machine. Chemical bath. Chemical reactor. Compressor maybe. Don't know if we need that one yet. But no hurt in making the patterns for it. And if I end up with too many patterns, oh well. Distillery electrolyzer. Oh, nope, we got that one. Electromagnetic separator. Extractor. Extruder. I think all of these are based on the elite version, possibly. Thermal centrifuge, I think we have. Yeah, that's right there. Wire mill. Circuit assembler. Yep, we need that one. Rock breaker. And I do believe we had decided we're going to do with the master parallel control hatch, but let's see what we can do here. So this is LUV, this is ZPM, and UV. Were we going to be doing the master parallel at 16, or we're going to go up to ultimates?
For a 64?
Yeah.
What does 64 take to make? Can we afford that?
There's a couple ZPM components and a few UV circuits. It's not cheap, but it's doable.
UV circuits?
Yeah, you made UV circuits last time.
I think I made one because I take the assembly line.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 4 UV circuits per.
Oh, that's gonna take forever.
Oh, okay. So 16X? Oh, it also takes a stupid amount of trinium foil, so we're probably not gonna be able to do that at the moment.
Yeah, well, let's start with 16. We can always upgrade to 64 in place.
Okay.
And you know, later. So
Just making all the recipes right now.
Oh yeah.
All right, clear you. Put these somewhere. We're even running out of places to put all this crap. This'll do. And if I end up duplicating, it's fine. Yeah, I duplicated. That's fine. I think I only duplicated one. I think that went pretty well. Oh, no. No, that's a compressor. Chemical bath. They just look damn near identical. Yeah, I think I did alright. Okay. So, I can go back there. Doot. Alright, now we can make ore washing. Or we can't, because I forgot the elite ore washing plant recipe. I don't know how I missed that one. I thought I had done them all. Elite ore washing plant recipe. Alright, so that's the ore washing. Then we got chemical bath, which is another one of those. Then we got another LCR. And I'm going to go ahead and make up a couple of those because we're probably going to need them. And then we got centrifuge. We get electrolysis. Large electrolysis plant. There we are. Another LCR. Another centrifuge. Distillery. This one I might not have the machine for. Oh, missing mainframes and large iridium fluid pipes. Ah, I only automated regular sized iridium fluid pipes. Let's fix that. Door. Large. Alright. Where was I? I legit forgot where I was. Oh well, that's fine. Let's start back to where we were. We got the ore washing. We got the chemical bath, which is also the ore washer. We got LCR. We got centrifuge. Electrolysis. Another LCR. Another centrifuge. And here's the distillery. Right, we're missing 2 mainframes. Why are we missing 2 mainframes? Regular old mainframes or IV circuit. And I do believe we're up to a better tier of IV circuit, so I might need to go remake that recipe. So, distillery, bulk distillery recipe. Let's see. Not distillation tower. This one. Mainframes. So if we do this recipe again, it still wants the mainframes. Let's try clearing that out and do it again. Yeah, crystal processor is now the one that we got. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened exactly with that, but it's fine. Okay. So let's make one. Perfect. Let's see, got another LCR. Mixer. Mixer. Which we are missing. 2 PBI fluid pipes, alright. See, these pipes were really difficult to determine which ones we needed to automate, so I did not do a great job. PBI pipe. Regular old size PBI fluid pipe. There we go. Ah, fell in a hole. Okay, let's see. Centrifuge. Centrifuge. We need 3 more centrifuges for now. Get that started. We need sifting. Which also needs to have its chip reset. Electromagnetic separator, which is this one. Centrifuge. Packaging. Advanced Packager 2. Oh, okay. Alright, Advanced Packager 2. And we need to reset the recipe on the electromagnetic separator. I think it no. That's right.
I'm slightly displeased with this setup, but I don't know how to fix it.
Okay.
I had this whole line is 3 away from the middle.
Right.
For like the ducts and all the crates and things. I started doing that over here as well, but this one had to extend a little bit in.
So, did they need to be stacked 2 deep like this rather than adjacent?
I'm trying to not straddle chunk boundaries.
Ah.
So that's what I'm watching for right now. I got my F9 up.
I see.
Yeah.
I would be more in favor of spacing and separation than attempting to squish it. Which of course
Well,
means
I'm
that you
also
have
just
to...
trying to keep like the stuff that's doing similar things all together, but yeah, I guess that's a fair point.
Yeah, because I think it would look better overall if this weren't jutting into the middle.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I know it's not the easiest answer, but...
I'll undo all of this.
Yeah. Alright, that's all gonna get redone. Sifter. Sifting funnel was the one that was broken, right? Yeah. Nano supercomputer. Sifting funnel. And also advanced something something 2. Ah, damn it. Alright, so nano supercomputer, we need the crystal processor as the next tier of IV circuit. Fix that. Advanced something something. Was that the advanced packager? Yes, packager. Advanced packager 2. That's the one we need. Okay. Sifting funnel. Maceration? Okay, maceration tower. Maceration tower, he was gonna redo this part. Okay, so while he's still laying out, clearly my job has only begun. We can start piecing together some more of these. So let's grab. Well, the inputs and outputs are gonna be tricky because I don't know where he wants them all yet, and I think him doing the wiring on this would be probably for the best. I know we can do the power wiring down through the bottom here, so something like this somewhere in here. We'll probably have to redo some of that a little bit. Power wiring would end up coming right here, and whichever converter LUV. So we've got 32 of the energy hatches, and I still need to cook up some of these now that we have material. We're missing the quantum supercomputers. Quantum supercomputers are the LUV circuit. And we might be on the better ones now. Ooh. Yeah, so this is one thing we were mentioning, is that the recipes to swap out between circuits don't work. Like, there's no OR dictionary option available. So we have to make the recipes, or rather, the OR dictionary was not working, for better or worse. So we made all the recipes for whichever tier circuits we were currently using. And since we have leveled up, we no longer are using those lower tier circuits, which means some of our recipes need to be remade. Hard to tell for sure which ones, but quantum supercomputer, let's cancel that. LUV circuits, we are now using the crystal processor assembly. So if we go back over here, let's take a quick peek at how bad that problem is. It's probably not terrible because it's LUV, we haven't been using it for too long. Whoops. Quantum, oops, I guess quantum, So, quantum processor assembly. Oh, that's not going to be easy to identify. What about supercomputer? So, you are quantum supercomputer. I see. You are also, you're a crystal supercomputer. I see. You are nano supercomputer. You are nano supercomputer. Okay. And of course I can't search for quantum supercomputer because it takes that as an and, or it takes it as an or, quantum or supercomputer. So the search results end up being bigger than they should be. What about, yep, LUV circuit can't work either. What about LUV? No, because I don't think it's recognizing LUV in the circuit name. Oh, maybe. No, LUV machine hull. Alright, 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 alright. Well, this is the one I want anyway, so yoink. So this gets replaced with this. Okay, so that's going to be fun. Identifying all those will be challenging at best. Hey, kitty. Hey, kitty. Kitty, kitty. All right. So I got the energy hatches. So let's grab the casings. Alright, energy hatches, casings. We'll also need varying amounts of item. Oh, hi, what's that? We'll need the maintenance hatches for sure. I don't think I want to do the inputs and outputs yet. I think that might be best to let him do that. So I won't grab them. And I think depending on the machine, I think we'll mostly be done. But if you look at LCR, it requires the Cooper-Nickel coil block in the back. So we can set that. This one also requires the block to be in the center instead of at the bottom like I've been placing them, so we'll have to adjust that. We need the PTFE pipe casing, which I think is internal. Yeah, that's the internal block. PTFE pipe casing. I don't know, some. Make me some, please. That'll do for now. Alright, let's go get some assembling done. Alright, so you... maintenance. casing, pipe. Casing, pipe. I need these as well. Because those go in the back where my face was. Alright. And then here's where we don't know exactly where the power is going to go just yet, but we can figure that out. Alright, so I'm going to do casing for all of the external bits, and then as he's doing wiring, he can figure out where he wants all the wiring to go. Ooh. Okay, so what if we did the tall wiring? So what if we did energy hatch like that? Oh, it completed the structure without any inputs and outputs? The fuck? Alright, whatever. Alright, fine, be that way. And then these are the ones that are going to be like a so. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that can go away. All right, let's go grab the next LCR, which is right here. All right. Oh, we're out of casings. We're gonna need more of them. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Chemically inert PTFE casing. Let's get some more of them. The other casings I'm gonna need to start looking up. Oh, shit. Didn't fix that part. You go there. You go there. We got another one over here. Nope. Ah, I see. What's up, Ace? How you doing? I might need to throw a monkey wrench in his works. Do you want a monkey wrench or not?
What's up?
This LCR you placed against the wall.
Yeah.
Not the easiest to power. Unless we're gonna like power it from the bottom.
can shift the centrifuge up. Maybe. Oh no, it's gonna be the same thing, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, we can power from the bottom. You can put the hatches on either side here, facing down.
Okay, that'll work.
Yeah, that'll be fine. I'm close to the end, and then I don't need a monkey wrench halfway back.
That's fair. Alright, so let me do that. And we slap that there to cover that hole. Oh, that's not even where those go. Let's go here and here. There we go. Alright, and then slap a. Alright, need a few more of those. Slap a.
I'm gonna give myself enough monkey wrenches trying to figure out how to pipe this. So
It'll be fine, I'm sure.
sure.
Alright. Oh, that's not the right button. That's not the right button at all. This one. There we go. And then this can go. That can go. That can go. There we go. Okay. That'll be okay. Oh, you're troubleshooting. Are you troubleshooting Sam's or are you troubleshooting your own? Okay, so that LCR is done-ish. Done-ish. Do we have another LCR around here somewhere? Because I'm in the LCR mode and I got the shit in my pocket. No, not really. Okay. Centrifuge. Mixing. Centrifuge. Alright, 2 more centrifuges.
Alright. There it is.
Alright. That's quite the array.
It's yeah.
Oops. You are the maceration. Electromagnetic separator. Sifter. Another mixer. Oops, forgot to actually start that one. Mixer. Got 2 centrifuges incoming. We need another chemical bath. Ooh, graphene dust. Interesting. Alright. Electrolysis. There we are. Graphene, I thought we had being made. Oh, it's being made. It's just slow. Alright, fair enough. Multi-smelter. Which we probably can just move over the one that we got. That's fun. And then done. Alright. Centrifuges. We got the centrifuge, and we got centrifuge. Mixers incoming? Yeah, we're just making a bunch of shit right now. Mixers incoming. Chemical bath. That was the one that missing the graphene. What we got now? Electrolysis should be almost done. Multi-smelter can come over. Alright. How's the mixer coming? Mix is done. Chemical bath is just done now. Ah, here we are. Here's one. Distillery, I forgot. We good? I think we good. I think we good. So I did not do any of the inputs and outputs.
I noticed that. That's fine because
I had
don't know
no idea where you were
go.
gonna do it. So
yeah,
yeah.
I don't either.
So I'm building the bases and then we're just cut out wherever you need to put stuff. I did make up a whole bunch of HV hatches and buses, both in and outputs, because I figured that would be the most size that we'd really need for most of this.
Yeah.
So those are all in there.
Okay.
And I'll keep working on building the rest of the shit.
Preach.
So that can go away.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. Alright, LCR. Okay. So let's start with the
There's also
macerations.
going to be one additional centrifuge than the original list had numbered. So
that's fine. I was just building based on the signs that were on the ground.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Right,
Yeah, I was looking at this. I was like, I think because a lot of these things at the back end of that flow chart, they have like an arrow saying back to centrifuge module.
Oh yeah.
Which is how I have it set up in the original space, but I don't want to figure a multi-block with like 3 fluid inputs and all the like the 3 different fluid inputs for all the different gem slurries and all that. So I'm like, you get your own centrifuge.
Right. Okay, so maceration tower. Maceration tower is one that I'm not terribly familiar with. I think I did it once. We need 18 of the crushing wheels. And we do need the parallel control hatches, so that's going to be the thing. How many macerations do we got? We got 2. That's it? Oh, alright. That's fair. Those are all near the early of the system. So we need the crushing wheels. We need 18. Those can get coming. We also need the parallel hatches. I don't know how many of these we'll need. So let's start with 8. Oh, right, the packaging machine got done, so I can put that down. Which was over here. Alright, so now we wait a little bit for crafting. Let's see what else we can do to speed up some of the other crafting. So we need mixing vessels. We need quite a handful of those, so we need more of the PTFE pipe casings, stainless steel gearbox casings, haste delay frame box. More PTFE casing. We need the reaction safe casing. And we're going to need like a lot of that. Maybe more. Let's go that many. Well, shit. Well, shit. we don't have Haste Alloy X yet because I never made it. Haste alloy X is in the alloy blast smelter with argon, nickel, iron, tungsten, molybdenum, chrome, niobium. We have all of those things. It's just setting up the cooking for it in an alloy blast smelter that we don't have. So that's a thing. How about we get that to become a thing as soon as possible? Minor hitch I'm working on fixing.
Okay.
The maceration towers require haste alloy X, which I never bothered to set up. So I gotta do that.
Well, on the plus side, we only need 2.
Correct, but that means we need over 500 haste alloy X. So,
that is a hitch.
Yeah.
One thing I was looking at, but obviously never got around to doing because it's still not done, is upgrading the voltage on the ABS.
Ah, yes.
To make that run faster.
Yeah, probably should do that.
Yeah.
Alright, fair enough. Alright, well, we're going... I don't know where I want to put the second ABS. I can't do any more inputs on the one that we got currently, so we need another one.
It's multi-block heaven today, I guess. It's gonna be great.
It is. So we've got all the EBFs downstairs. The ABS isn't too much different thematically.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, there's room for the right in front of the freezers.
I was thinking, just trying to figure out where we can finish putting all of the various metal mixing stuff, because you got some of the alloy mixing in the ore processing room, and then you've got the question mark room, and we've got a whole bunch of it happening in the main building here. Like, do we keep spreading those things to the winds, or do we figure out where to consolidate that? Might slap the new ABS just right next to this one in the same main building.
Okay, yeah, there's that
moment.
large space there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Alright, so this is yeah. And then yeah. Now we need a whole bunch of the high temperature smelting casing, which we need more. Don't know how much more. I didn't actually look. We need 35. Oh, perfect. I queued up 32 and I have 5, so that'll do. And then we need a coil block. Currently we're using HSSG coil blocks, so may as well. Which of course are not automated. Why would they be automated? We have nichrome available, and we have tungsten steel available. That's actually not too bad. I think that's what was originally on this one before, so we can double up on that for the moment. Okay. Alright, I need coil blocks. I need coil blocks aplenty. Nope, that's not where that goes. Time to build this thing from the inside and get stuck in it. Alright, and then those are the heat vent.
I got a machine room question for you.
Yeah.
What's the best way to parallelize this large pipe production?
More. Because those machines are slow as fuck. And the only way to parallelize them is to have multiple machines set up to do the same recipe with this different interface on each one of them. So I don't know if you want to like temporarily replace the tiny and small since those are used fairly infrequently, but we have a lot of crafting recipes set up to run on those, so
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
So these ones that just have a plate shape in them can be, like, those are open for use, yeah?
These
Or,
extruders? No, those
yeah.
are set up to use the recipes that are in here, which are all of the plastic sheet automations.
Ah, shoot, okay.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah.
Should have started the pipe production earlier.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't realize how many of those we needed.
It's alright.
I can spool up another row of shit. I got row of shit over here ready to go.
Sure.
Alright, extruders.
Yeah, at 15 seconds a pipe, and I don't even want to begin to estimate how many pipes I need.
A lot.
Yeah.
And you need large?
The large platinum item pipe.
Oh god, that's way too fast. Jesus. Alright, and then we need EV 16. Oh, right, no, EV16. Forgot I had them split up because they weren't getting enough power from a single one of these. Alright, gimme. Gimme. Chickens, I swear to God, get the fuck out of my way. Actually, those all can be left for now. They don't matter. Alright, I need interfaces. Need my wrench. There we go. Alright, so he needs the large platinum pipe. Oops. Power, right. Blam. Now I just need to do some wrenching and screwdrivering. Alright, so blah, 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 blah. And then auto out on all these. There we go. 8 more. Spinning up. All cooking platinum iron pipes.
Nice.
It got real warm over here real fast.
Well, I imagine.
Is that the only one that you need more spinning up on?
Yeah, for now, yeah.
Okay.
'Cause I'll need more of those than I will these tungsten steel crates.
Alright. Alright. That was a nice little quick job. Oh, right. Did I get... do. So this needs more power. So we're going to spin that up to LUV. So let's get 4 more LUV hatches. And 2 more 16 amp converters. And then some signalum wire. Alright, and then the heat vents should be done. Is there anything else weird about this multiblock? I mean, I set up the damn thing, I should know, but, you know, whatever. You'd think. Nope, just another round of coil blocks. Now this might not work. It should work. It's worked, because this is a lower tier coil block, but it should work. Because I don't think the Hastily X requires anything higher than this, so this should be fine. We need a muffler. And then we need some hatches and hatches and thingies. Hatch for liquid. HV. Yeah. How much hatch do we need? It only needs a bucket, so it doesn't need to be a huge hatch. So we'll do the MV hatch. It'll be fine. And then we need HV buses of ins and outs. Let's do the 4 ins. Because I'm going to set it up probably similar to this, because there were 4 or 5 more that needed to be set up in here that I just didn't, because I didn't want to make a second one of these things. So we might as well. So this is the input bus, and then we also need output hatch. And the output hatch can be any old size, but this is probably fine. I just realized I requested more LUV energy hatches and whatnot when I had them on my hotbar. But whatever, it's fine. Okie dokie. So, oh, this also needs to be upgraded too. Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll do it all at once. input buses. Input hatch. Slap a casing. Get no form. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? Because this is just a maintenance hatch, so it doesn't matter which side that goes on. We've got 4 input buses that are of the same variety, so it should be fine. Oh, I didn't do my friggin' output. Yeah, I didn't do my friggin' output. I need that. I don't know if I can get away with using the same freezer, but probably not. So we're gonna slap another freezer down probably right here. So let's do that. Oh goodness. Hello, kitty. And then the output hatch I have right here. You gonna form? Or are you just gonna be a turd? Are you being a turd? What did I miss? What did I do wrong? No, that's fine. Input hatch. Does it need to be a better tier input hatch? I mean, I guess. I can try it. Oh, Katie, hi. Oh, Katie, hi, how you doing? Ah! Nope, that doesn't matter. So we got input buses, 4 of them. Input hatch, 1 of them. Muffler. We got blast smelter. Blast smelter block itself. We got the maintenance hatch. We've got energy hatches. We got coils. Heat vents. All heating coils must be the same. They are. They are all tungsten steel coil blocks. We got the heat vents. Heat vents. We got the top of this thing essentially identical. In fact, it is identical minus all the automation. But why you no work? Yeah, let's finish setting this up at least. As my pocket slowly fills up with sugar. High temperature smelting casing. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'll move this over. See if that happens to matter. Did not matter. Why for you be uncooperative? No, okay. Really don't want to have to make HSSG coils, but I'm pretty sure this thing was on the tungsten steel beforehand. Alright, well, let's try it with fewer of these. No, no, okay. Is there something internal I'm missing? 3x3 internal. 3x3 internal. With various hatches and buses and hatches and buses and mufflers. Bottom is all regular old casing. Coil blocks, heat vents, coil blocks. Well, the only thing that's really different between them now is the coil blocks. So I guess I'm just gonna have to suck it up and make a bunch. So I guess let's do that. HSSG coil blocks. That's this one, which is HSSG wire and tungsten carbide foil with liquid tungsten. Alright. 2x HSSG wire. And tungsten carbide foil. And then tungsten ingot, I think it is 1 per. And we need 24. Alright, and then that's all in an assembler, right? Yep, okay. Yeah, an assembler anywhere around here. Got an extractor, so gimme. Assembler? Assembly machine. Perfect, okay. I did not do the math on how many of these I need. Ah, it's an IV recipe. Well then, give me my liquids back. Do we have an IV assembler hiding somewhere? This is my IV line without an assembler attached to it. This is a LUV line that has an assembler. Great, perfect. Oh, what brand of hell is this? Import. Concrete. Oh, okay. This is the quick automation that he set up for the plascrete. So I need another tank to get that concrete out of there. Oh yeah, it's gonna take a while. Alright, so it is 8 and 8 for a single coil block. And we needed, how many again? We needed 24. So we need 192. So the 2 stacks that I did was not quite enough. We're gonna need another stack of each. we're going to need another 8 more of those. Those are all cooking. Let me get these melted. I really hope this is the answer. I really do. Because it says it can use copper nickel. It says only this block can be used, but we very clearly did not only use a copper nickel coil block. So I'm very confused. I'm pretty sure it just means only this type of block can be used. I hope. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. So yeah, it can do a tungsten steel coil block. So what the frack? What the freaky dick? We got our inputs, we got our outputs, we got our muffler hatches, we got maintenance, we got all the things. Oh well, we're gonna end up with HSSG coil blocks anyway. It'll be fine. Alright, so that's all being sucked back in the network, so we just let it be for the moment. Alright. Buh. Buh. Yeah, we're just gonna replace it all. Nope. Nope. Aha! There we go. Okay, this might take a little bit. Alright, while we wait for that, I suppose we can move back to do the maceration. Oh, Jesus. Some piping going on here. Nice. So that's the thing, Blade. I used the exact duplication of what I've already got set up here. So this one that's working has a single HV input hatch and a single HV output hatch. We've got 4 HV input buses for items that I'm using for each of the 4 different recipes in here. And this one has the same thing. HV input hatch, 4 input buses, and 1 HV output hatch here. We got the 2 LUV energy hatches. We got the core itself. We got the maintenance hatch here. I even tried making it identical to this one with the maintenance hatch on this side, but it ain't going. I also got these coil blocks here. I checked out the internal to make sure I didn't miss anything weird on the inside of the structure. It's identical, barring the fact that it's not complete yet. And I'm 90% sure that I had built this thing with a different different size coil before as well. So it should have taken the tungsten steel, no problem. And going into here, it shows tungsten steel available right here as well. So I can't for the life of me figure out why it's not working. Like, I mean, obviously we don't have the same hatches and buses in the front here, but it's doing it's set up the way the other one is. Bobbity boop. Nope, it still won't form. And it's not too close to this one. It's not, at least, not button up against it or anything. Anything weird about underneath? No, nothing weird about underneath. Anytime you need a break, I have a conundrum.
Go on.
My new alloy blast smelter that I've set up. It will not form, despite the fact that I have made it identical to the one next to it that does form.
I don't know, last time you forgot the maintenance hatch.
I've got the maintenance hatch. I've
Alright,
got the maintenance hatch. I've got the identical number and style of input and output hatches and buses. I've got the muffler. I've got the main block. I've got the right coil blocks. I've got the heaters. I got all the damn things. I'm probably missing something obvious, but I'm not seeing it. What's that up there? What button is that? I pushed a button and I don't know.
Is this where you're gonna
what
put the
that is.
freezer? Over here?
Yeah, that's probably gonna be temporary. Till we figure out where.
This would be a fantastic opportunity to test the chunk boundary voiding thing.
Oh yeah.
Start voiding our Hastaloy X or whatever.
It'll be great. It'll be fine.
Would be, yeah. It's hollow, right?
It is hollow, and I even warped myself inside of the middle of both of these two to double check. It's got the same number and level of hatches and buses in the same locations. I even updated this one to the new LUV, and it worked just fine, so the new one should work just fine on LUV. I'm stumped. Yeah, I already tried that one.
I mean, I'm just...
I know. I know. It's so obnoxious. Like, there's no reason it shouldn't form. "12 heat vents all the way around it. I even had to make a new set of HSSG coil blocks because the tungsten steel ones I put on there weren't working, and I was hoping that would fix it. But no. I don't know what that region number is up in the upper corner. If anyone knows what button I pushed to make that happen, to make it go away, that'd be great. I know it's some strange combination, probably of like F keys or whatever. Hey, little gizmo, where are you? Oh, okay. Why did I need those again? Pretty sure it was related to the mixing vessel. Yes, the reaction safe casing. Which required the Hastaloy X plates. Got it. Okay. So Hastaloy.
Found it. Found your goof.
What'd I do?
Do you want one last attempt to find the goof?
Oh no, I've already been over this thing like 6 times. What was
okay. This is an HV input hatch, not an output.
For fuck's sake. Thanks.
Well, let's make sure that this forms first. Yeah, you have no output for the liquids.
I swear I grabbed it.
Hey,
Yeah,
there we go.
I swear I grabbed an output for that. Apparently I didn't.
Yep.
You were right, Blade. It was a hatch issue. I just wasn't seeing it. And of course, that was before I now have text covering my Wayla. So it makes it even harder to see. But granted, I screwed up before that text was showing up, so I have no excuses. Okay, so now... cooler? What the fuck is this called? What was it called again? Freezer? Freezer. Do we not have freezers automated? I know we've got the... we got the frost-proof aluminum machine casings. So we're going to set this up the same way. This input bus needs to have the mold. But we can do an LUV for that. Or ULV. So we're going to need 4 input hatches. I don't think I can do 5. I want to do 5, but I can't. Because I'm pretty sure there were 5 different items that could go into this. Or different alloys that can come out of this. But I do not have... It would not let me do a 5th input. I tried. So... yeah. Alright, and then over here, where's my output? My output's over here. Going to the network, but can I output the top? Maybe? Probably can. I think we got the freezers downstairs to output in the top. Is this thing hollow? I don't remember. It is hollow. Okay. Oh, and I need maintenance, don't I? Yeah. Output bus. That should be fine. I need like 6 or something. I need 7. I need 7. Meh. Okay, so let's power these things. We have... oh hey, the text went away. I don't know if that happened on its own or if I pushed a button. No idea. And this is all going to be temporary. Because we need to update our power cables anyway. There we go. Alright, we're going to set up the input for the haste alloy first and get that started. We need an interface. We'll take all 4 interfaces because why the hell not? Interface, interface, interface. Level emit. Oh man, I hate doing level emitters on these things. I wish there was a way to like place those and like rotate them around the cable or something. That'd be real handy. Muffler. Alright, so you're going to be haste alloy. And we'll do, I don't know, 100 for now, that's fine. I need cables. No, not cables. I need conduits. And you're all going to be extract with signal. Howdy, Bama Rebel. No foot picks. Sorry. I have no need for my own OnlyFans at the moment. At the moment. We shall see. Why are you on? You're the one that should be on. Or no, you're the one that shouldn't be on. Right. Why are you on, though? There's nothing for you to be... I'm so confused. Oops. Ah, that's why, okay. Because I was confused about what was supposed to be doing what. Ah, you want them beans. I see. There we go. Okay. So, haste alloy. We need nickel. We need 8 nickel. Iron. Tungsten. Molybdenum. Chrome. I would show you them beans, but Gizmo is actually sleeping soundly and I don't want to interrupt him. And niobium dust. Give me? Hi, hello, Demos here. What's up? Yeah, when I got Gizmo, he was basically a rescued stray, but I got him from the vet, and the vet had been making it a point to play with his toes at every opportunity, because they know that if you don't do that at a young age, it's impossible to clip them at an older age. So Gizmo is very used to having his toes played with. Gila just doesn't like being upside down, so if I'm going to clip him, I have to clip him right side up, which makes it difficult to get to the beans. Happy with how the day is? Good, good, good. How'd the meet with the Veep go? The meet with the Veep. I'm not getting my fluid export bus. What happened? What's the matter? You? Oh, the formation cores again. Let's try. Core. Let's just make a bajillion of them. There we go. Okay, so you go there. Argon. Yeah, argon. Alright, and then for the molten hastaloy itself, we need a 16. Alright, then we need filters. No, we need input filters. There we go. Nice. All right, we got hastaloy coming. Ooh, got a promotion. Nice. Turning you into a full-time dev. Oh no. I mean, if that's what you want, go for it. And you are now the official bridge between development and marketing. Nice. Nice. That sounds like a...
What are you working on right now?
Promotion. I just finished the majority of automating the hastaloy. I'm still working on the last step.
Got it.
What's up?
Oh, I was just kind of curious, because not that I'm waiting on you for anything, but it is easier to mentally plan this out with the structures that are completed.
Understood. I will be just a hair longer.
Yeah, no, it's no problem. Like, I'm still getting a bit of it, but certainly the platinum group nonsense, I'll really need those machines, I think.
Yeah. Alright, then we need an import. Alright, hastaloy. We have hastaloy now. And do we need the nuggets for anything? No. Do we need the blocks for anything? No. Fuck it. Walking away. Alright, hastaloy is fully automated and we have like 1,000 of them in the network already.
Nice. That was for the which machine?
That was for the mixer.
Ah, okay.
And I have not assessed the rest of them to see if I need more alloys, but that alloy blast smelter should tackle the rest of the alloys that may be needed. Because there was like 5 more that need to go in there that may or may not be related to some of these machines.
Got it.
Okay, back to the thing.
So yeah, as you can see, I got the backbone of it started.
Yeah, I saw that. It looks neat.
First bit plugged in.
Okay, so this is yeah.
I think the tubes will automatically push into an input hatch, and or the output hatch will automatically push into the tube. Don't think I need a conveyor belt between them, but we'll find out.
I'm sure we'll learn the hard way. I do believe the next tier is also going to be like that. Yeah. Whoops, gimme. Alright, that should be it. Yeah, okay. So that's it there, and then we need the underpower. Gizmo is currently snoring, and it's kind of adorable. Alright, so that's that one, and we also need more maceration casing. How many of those do we need? 67 total. Oh, Havenpunk's got a little bit of a reprieve. This is good. Alright, the other macerator's over here, I do believe. Yeah, okay. Oh, and that needs to be up one as well. Yeah, okay. Turns out, I can't count. Well, that's fine. We're gonna end up with extras anyway from cutting out the casings for the room, or for the power. Alright, so we're gonna cut out those two for power, because I like this method whenever we can. Alright, so that's maceration done. Those can go away, those can go away. Alright, so that's maceration done. What about centrifuges? Centrifuges. We need the 50 vibration safe casing, steel pipe casing. Let's do that many. Well, how many centrifuges do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need 350. We don't have that much ink alloy at the moment, so we're gonna have to do this in batches. Alright. Oh, he's doing the buses as well. Alright. Nice. Alright, so maceration, I believe, is also another one that needs to have it second level up. So let's do that. And let's do that for all of them. That's the sifting tower. That might mess up my count because I think I counted that as a centrifuge. Ah, but I might have missed this one. So maybe my count's fine. Nope. Nope. There we go. Alright, what does the ore washing need? Because we need a handful of those. The ore washing and the chemical bath are the same. We need at least 3? Let's do these 2 for now, because these are doing the thing. Washa. No? Ah. Large chemical bath. Chemical bath and ore washing. So those need the watertight casing, of which we have some, but we need more. So this is 67 per. Oh, good lord. And we need 6 titanium pipe casings. Ooh, which I don't have automated. Alright, let's do that. so we're gonna need, let's go with 18 of them for now. Alright, so you, washer. You are also a next one up. Alright, fine, be that way. Washi, 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 washi. Washi. And I do believe we had some more. Mixer. Chemical bath. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. So we had 3 of them. Perfect. Yep. Industrial strength washing machines. These are the watertight casings, which we have plenty o casings now. Does this one need the parallel? I think this one needs a parallel. Yeah, this one needs a parallel. I don't remember. I think the maceration needs a parallel as well. Yeah, okay. So let me get, assuming those all completed. Okay, so that one I think is as done as I can make it, because that was the short squat bathtub, basically. Big green bathtub. Love it. So let's go do this one. That is a 6. It's a 7. Yeah, that's a really big flat bathtub. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Big old flat bathtub. I wonder if I should be doing this an easier way. That feels way too much easy. Okay. Fair enough. I need to be using the tools at my disposal. I know, right, Dragon Eye? Just so much. Alright, so we're gonna come under here. I don't have nearly enough pocket space for all this shit. Did I finish over here? I sort of finished over here. Yeah, I don't have nearly enough pocket space for this shit. Although I might leave these partly visible because the conduits and all the other stuff is kind of in the way. So that'll be fine. So these are all LUV to get to ZPM. We'll come back and wire all this shit up later, I think, cause yeah. Ah, I'm in the bathtub. I'm in a bathtub. Alright, we're gonna need more parallel hatches, so let's slap up another. I think I can only do 8 at a time.
With that.
What's up? I'm building things.
Hooray! Me too.
I like the piping so far.
Trying to keep it as clean and minimal, like streamlined as possible.
Yeah, but also looking very industrial.
Yeah.
Some of these multiblocks are not forming. I'm assuming we're missing some inputs and outputs, but
Oh shit. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's no outputs. I only have inputs on these,
okay.
So it's probably fine.
Okay.
We'll see once I get everything actually plugged in.
That's fair.
So
So
again, this is the sort of thing that I was waiting on the structures to be built so that I could figure out where I wanted the inputs and outputs.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Dragon Eye, we are drastically increasing our ore processing. So we are taking it from this lovely setup here that goes start, roughly rows of 5 machines each for each step in the process, all the way through here, through this thing, all the way through here, all these rows, this thing in the middle, I don't remember what this does, and then it continues on down here this way, all the way through these rows of machines. All of these, each row is a step in the ore processing process. Finally coming out here at the finish, smelting up in this thing whatever ingots may need to be smelted.
Also, anytime I've been taking blocks out to put in like a hatch or whatnot, I just toss it back into the network.
That's all good. I've been making enough to fill them up without the hatches, so we're gonna have some overage, but whatevs.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So yeah, there's like 30 to 40 steps in this process for ore processing, and this has been fine up until now, but it's slow. So each of these lines is being replaced by a multi-block structure, which has approximately 30 times the processing speed, I believe is our calculation. So it's going to be drastically increased. Let me go do the other washers this way. You my washer? No, you my mixer. You my washer. All right. Watertight casing. Let's do another. Yeah, many. No, we need more watertight steel to finish this off. Okay, that's fine. Can I have some? Can I have like some? I just need enough to finish this row so we can have a size comparison. There we go. Wow. Hi, kitty. I think that's right. Nope, I went 8. I went way too big.
I see. So the chemical baths over here
Yeah.
don't have energy hatches. That's why they're not forming.
Yeah, they do. They're on the bottom.
Oh, they're on the bottom?
Yep.
Oh.
Because
okay,
you
well,
slapped them up against the wall, so I had to build them on the bottom.
Okay, never mind. What else are we missing?
Now, whether or not they can work on the bottom face is a different matter. Because they're on the bottom face instead of like a bottom edge. So let's see. Nope, right-clicking any of the bottom slots, any of the bottom face items say they can take the energy hatches. So they need input bus, input hatch, output hatch. We've got the parallel, we've got the maintenance, we've got the energy hatches, we've got the bath itself, we've got the titanium pipe casings in the middle. Ah, damn. I'm getting your shit. Hang on. Doot, doot. Kitty.
Damn, I thought that would have been it.
Oh, multiple game captures in the same scene.
Yeah, I don't know why this isn't forming that.
That could definitely be part of it. Yeah, it would be really helpful if these things told you why they don't work. Because we got the maceration tower to form, so that worked. So, large chemical bath. I don't know if this is going to matter, but the multi-block structure shows the input on the bottom row and the output on the top row. Right-clicking on the blocks doesn't really seem to matter, but I'm just going by what it shows.
Okay. Well, I'll try that.
Hi, kitty. Hi, kitties. Hi, kitties. Alright, well, he's doing that.
Well, I mean, the input bus and the input hatch are right next to each other on the bottom. And then the input hatch and the output hatch are separated, but...
I mean, you do have 2 input buses here.
Yeah, I got 2 different... I was hoping to do 2 different fluids and stuff in here. The mercury and then the sodium persulfate.
Oh, I'm talking about your 2 different item input buses rather than 1 in, 1 out. I don't know if that's... I don't know if you have the same problem as my alloy smelter.
Well, I mean, these are, 2 different filters, because...
Oh, gotcha, okay.
One uses mercury, the other uses the sodium persulfate, but I guess I can combine these 2 and...
Well, I mean, I'd say work on finishing the multi-block structure first, and then figure out your piping after that. Make sure it actually forms first before you get all the piping in place.
Preposterous.
Just saying. Alright. Can I do more? I can do more. Also, we're going to... And we're gonna and blap. Also need parallel. Oh, it broke.
Okay, well that wasn't it.
Well, dang. Let's see. We need 6, 8. We need 8 more. So, is he doing a single computer capture or two computer capture? Single computer, okay. Yeah, I guess I don't know how stream avatars works. What is that capturing? Is that actually a game that it's capturing, or is that a browser capture?
No, I don't think the chemical baths have energy hatches. The maceration tower does. I don't see any for the chemical bath.
Bounce yourself underneath.
I did.
This chemical bath has one. Did I not do one for the second one?
No.
What the fuck? Well,
that's the one I was troubleshooting.
fiddlesticks.
All right, well, let's see if this one forms. Yeah, okay. The second one formed.
Fiddlesticks. My bad.
Oh, there we go. We good now.
Alright.
Now let's see if I can, yeah.
So I get for multitasking and doing 3 of these things in a row.
Yep.
It's a full screen application used as an overlay. Oh, interesting. I wasn't aware of that. I've seen other people use stream avatars, so it's not like it should be killing anything. But weird. Gila. No. Who wanted them beans? We got beans. We have uncooperative beans. No. No. We still have very uncooperative beans.
Yeah, that looks all right.
Beans. Hey, Gila, calm yourself. Calm yourself, kitty. Oh, another CPU cooler, nice. Yeah, I would say for now, if that's what's causing the major issues, then yeah, I'd say delete that for now. Maybe it can work better as a window capture rather than a game capture. Try different hooks for it. Maybe try it as not a full screen application, but try it as a windowed application. So like whatever output resolution that stream avatars does, drop it down to like a 720 and then just expand it with an OBS to fill the screen. Might not be the best resolution, but it should work. Kitty. Okay. So that can go. Let me finish this one. No, this one's good. Okay. All right. So let's do the centrifuge. Those are the steel pipe casings. Nope. Missed someone. Which casings are those again? Those are vibration safe. Because we're gonna need a lot of that. Alright. And then, what else was I gonna do? I was gonna do something else. Oh yeah, no, totally get the frustration for sure. But yeah, if he doesn't use it anymore anyway, best to write it off as a loss. Kablam.
Well, what?
Kablam.
Or what are we kerbamming?
I'm kerbamming the machine that I just built in front of your face while you were trying to figure out how to do it.
Kerbam. Still trying to figure out how to do it.
Oh,
So
yeah.
do you remember back when I was setting up the other room, there was like one bit that needed a filter with like 24 or 27 items?
Yeah.
That's this thermal centrifuge here.
Ah, fun.
So can't use the big item filters with the Greg crate, so I'm gonna have to do like crate here. Anything that's, you know, the first 9 go up. Anything that's not the first 9 go here, and then like the next 9 kind of a thing. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to organize it.
Got it. Yeah, I remember you had to do like chain filters or something.
Yep.
Alright, so Blappity. I need more vibration safe casings. I don't think I need many more. We'll start with that. Okay, so I need more than that. Let's do another 16. Oh, how are we doing on Hastily, by the way? We're doing okay on Hastily. It's not great. Reaction safe, I think is the one I needed.
BRB.
Okay. Need marriaging steel too. Ah, for fuck's sake. I didn't realize there was a second alloy in this reaction safe casing I need to set up. All right. Well, that was the thing that I said was more alloys that were going to get automated in that same machine. So let's do that. So we've got Hastily set to 100. Let's set that. Let's leave it at 100. So this one is going to be the marriaging steel. Molten marriaging steel. And marriaging steel ingots set to 100. Yeah, okay. Let's grab all the items I need. Okay, so we need iron dust. We need titanium. Just one. We need aluminum. We need nickel. We need cobalt. Is that 1 or 2? 2. Alright, then we need a circuit, which is going to be number 15. We need a filter. And to set the interface. Turn it all on. There we go. Alright, so marriaging steel is coming. And you know what, we're going to set both of these to 200. Now the question is, what were the other ones? Alloy blast smelter. So we've got molten niobium titanium, but we're making that elsewhere. Molten titanium tungsten carbide. I think that's also being made elsewhere. No, that one's not being made elsewhere. Nope, not yet. Osmiridium elsewhere. Nakoda alloy. I think he said we needed that. No, we got that. Never mind. I misunderstood. Vanadium gallium. Rhodium plated aluminum palladium. We have that. Uranium rhodium dinaquinide. I think. I don't know. I have no idea. Stellite 100 is one that we definitely need to do in here. Too many words. HSSE, I think we can do elsewhere. S. Hastaloy X. Merging steel. Yttrium barium cuprate we can do elsewhere. And this one. Okay. I don't know which ones specifically have to be done here. I had a list. I don't know if that list is 100% accurate.
Okay.
Welcome back. So Stellite 100 is the other one. So if we do Stellite 100, what is made out of Stellite 100 that I should be worrying about at this moment? Stellite. Does that only go into plates? Large scale assembler. Assembler. We need that. So Stellite 100 it is. Fair enough. Alright, so we need iron. Cooking up the rest of those alloys because we're going to need them. Chrome.
Alright.
Tungsten. Molybdenum. And a 14 circuit. And that can be you, right here. You. Alright, it's got the items and stuff, it's ready to go. It's just, this thing's gotta take its time to cook. It's gonna take its sweet time. 38 seconds per craft. It does feel long, but 38 seconds and it's gonna come out with something like 18 ingots, so it's fine. It's fine. So that's 3 new alloys, Hastaloy X, Stellite 100, and Merging Steel, whatever the number is on that one, 300 I think. There's room for one more. I think there's 2 more needed. We're probably going to end up wanting a row of these, one for each alloy, so they don't have to wait on each other. But we'll see, and we'll get there when we get there. Well, for right now, those alloys are done. Alright, let's carry on back to this. So we got another centrifuge to do. Alright, Demos and Havenpunk, both enjoy your lurking as you've been taken out by a kitten. Let's use centrifuge. Vibration safe casing. So we need more. Should have left those in my inventory. Okay, so boppity boop. Oh, and I need more of the steel pipe casing. 4 more of those, please. Alright, we are going to need more energy hatches. LUV energy hatches. Let's do another 32. Sure, why the hell not? We're going to need a couple more of these as well. Let's do yay many. No idea why my shoulder hurts. No idea. Let's see. Oh. Oh, right. Never finished this one. I should do that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and power. Hello, kitty. How are you, kitty? Did I power this one? Powered, powered, powered. Not wired, but powered. Hello, kitty. Alright. So far the powering is happening just fine. Powered so far. Powered. Powered. I missed this block, the electrolysis plant. And this one, electromagnetic separator. Packager. Okay. And then the distillery. And the mixer. Okay, so we still have more shit to do. Let's see about getting ahead of him on his filtering, though. So the electromagnetic separator will be next. So that can go away. Electromagnetic separator. There we go. Electromagnet. Okay, so we have. Yep, same as before. Middle slot. And a structure. We need molybdenum disilicide coil blocks. Oh. Okie dokie. Alright. We don't have that yet. Problem. But we can build as much as we can around it. We need non-conductive casing and molybdenum disilicide. Oops. We have 12 whole molybdenum disilicide. Tells me that that was never automated, just made on by hand whenever he needed it, because I never did it. So we're gonna have to deal with that at some point. The non-conductive casing requires steel and steel. Okay, we can do that. How many? 44. Let's do yay many, because I think we're going to need some for another one. And if not, I think I need one for my machine room replacement. Yeah, you. Oh, is this a parallel control hatch machine? I think it is. It is, yes. Is there a reason I can't? Because the friggin'. Okay. I forgot about those. I should get rid of those. Really hard to see them when they're in there like that. Okay, so we just need those coil blocks. And this can be power. I'll come back and repower these again later. Yeah, okay, we're still plodding along with the items we're getting. This is fine. Do it now. Do it now. I also need to go over and redo the power on the ones that are underneath. So let's go do that before I forget. These ones. Yeah, like that. Okay, good. Howdy, James. Yes, indeed, heavily modded Minecraft. It is hardly the same game anymore. Alright, packaging. The large scale packager. So we need solid steel machine casing, only 36 of them. Oh, and I need the shape. Shape. Long. Yep, alright. Long. How you doing tonight, James? Doing good? Wonderful. And then just straight across the top. Alright, fair enough. Did I not request the right amount? Alright. Oh, right. Because we have power and shit to do. Ah. And then this, however he's going to do... it's fine. We'll request one more. I don't care. We have materials out the wazoo. So we are fine. And yes, I realize this method of powering is not necessary with the 3 wires up, but I like the way it looks. I'm doing just great, thank you for asking. We're doing a hell of an automation using several large multi-blocks, so this is a fun little build. I like it. All right, let's go back here. And we'll do the sifting machine. I probably should be doing the rest of these in order, but yes, indeed, I did play a lot of Ranch Sim. I'm waiting for their big update to come out before I go back to it, because their big update is switching over to Unreal Engine 5 and doing like a huge content patch at the same time. So that's not due for another couple months. So I'm doing other stuff until then. Kitty time, you say? Well, if you insist. Kitty time. Yeah, kitty time. Come on, kitties. It's kitty time. Come on. What? What? Kitty.
What are we missing here on this macerator?
On the macerator?
There's a gap. I mean, there's a hole in the wall here.
Oh, I legit thought you put that hole in the wall there.
No, I didn't put that there. Oh, parallel processing?
Oh, you moved it.
I didn't touch it.
There.
Nice.
You moved it.
Thank you.
You saved for the kitties. Good, good. They are worth saving for. The one next to you, however, is missing something. This one is missing the molybdenum disilicide coils. We don't have molybdenum disilicide made up. So it's gonna come later.
Oh. Molybdenum disilicide.
Yeah, we have like 16 in the network, so at some point you made a small hand batch, and it never got automated. So.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, this is molybdenum and silicon, and then that gets cooked under helium. I'll go do that.
Well, all right then. We are currently working on ore processing. So that I don't know how much you know about this pack, but this pack is, let's go with insane is a good term for it. So we're doing ore processing because we have lots and lots and lots of different ores to work with. And all of these come through different methods, but they all need to be processed into their materials. So iron ore turns into iron, but stuff like talc turns into magnesium, silicon, hydrogen, and oxygen. The chalcolite ore turns into copper and sulfur. So all of these ores need to be broken out into their components. And previously, we had this building dedicated to processing
I see you bouncing
ore.
around.
No.
Oh, okay.
Each one of these rows of 5 is one stage in the ore processing. And the ores come in through here, through whichever method we get the ores from, using this storage bus. And it goes through each of these stages to process the ore out in different ways, depending on what type of ore it is. So like the first ore that comes in might skip the first step and go to the second step, that kind of thing. And we've got line upon line upon line upon line of ore processing steps that all need to be done. And then they go down to the next row and they come this way, and they all get filtered in through all of these different lines until they finally come out the end from this giant smelter. And this is great, but it's no longer fast enough, and we need a lot more ores to process a lot more quickly. So what we're doing over here is each one of these machines represents one of those steps times like 30. So we're able to speed up our processing by like 30 times by switching over to these blocks. This right here that we've done so far has taken the last 3 hours. The process that's over here, this was all built by Pine, who's the other streamer, and he did all this over like a couple weekends. It took a long time. So that's the other guy, in case you're interested in checking out his side of things. Because I'm building the multiblocks. He is doing the actual piping and configuration. So, like, this box is probably going to be the box that all the ores come in. And then they're going to come over here, and they're going to filter out to these various pipes to go into the right machines. And then they're going to filter onto the next stage, etc. So he's doing all the configuration and the piping. I'm just building the big-ass multiblocks to have something to work with. Electrolysis plant. Sure, let's step over to this one. Electrolysis plant. So this one is a 3 or 4 by 5 structure. Okay. 2, 3. Oh, okay. I see what he did. Okay. So we're gonna have to take this, move it over here. No easy way to do that, so we're just going to do it on this side, because why the hell not? So you go there. Electrolysis plant is this such a shape. Alright, fair enough. You go there. You go there. Take off our borders. And then we need more non-conductive casing. So we're going to need another handful of that. Alright, then we're going to need power over here somewhere. Oh, and then these are a thing I don't know about. What are these? Electrolytic cells, I'm assuming? Yeah, electrolytic cells. Which I don't think we have auto-crafted. We do not. Alright, time to make another side trip. We needed 12 of them, I think. Yeah, 12 of them. Okay. Well, yeah, I didn't realize it was already 3 hours on this. Jeez, time flies when you're automating stuff.
All right, disilicide ink.
Nice.
I don't know how many you need though.
I don't either, but I think that's one that we're going to need more of in the future anyway, so some.
All right, I set it to 1,000.
Perfect. Welcome back, James. Kitties are still fishing for treats. Yeah, I said kitties. Note how he stopped looking for treats and immediately sat down to look at me. He's such a good kitty. Here, you get a good kitty treat for that. Gila. Have a couple more. Have a couple more. They're still being adorable, and Gila is still stealing treats. Gila, you're such a turd, you have your own. Alright, so this is done. Your sideways machine threw me off.
I'm sorry?
Your sideways machine threw me off, your large electrolysis plant.
Oh, yes, I slid it in there sideways.
Yeah, you threw me off.
I mean, I even put...
I got it. I figured it out, but it threw me off at first.
Yeah.
Alright, distillery.
keeping on your toes.
I appreciate that you considered me that nimble.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is going to be the usual build. We need more watertight casing. Need 2 steel pipe casing. How many watertight pipe? Or 40. I need 40. So we need 31. We need pipes. I think it was just 2 of them. I don't actually know what our main goal is. So this is a quest pack. So you start off with all these various chained quests that tell you how to start the game. It just basically has you read a lot of information about how the pack is expected to work, what world you're starting in, how to start off getting your first iron ore, that kind of stuff. And then from here, follow the quest chain to level up and expand your builds. And as Blade said, creative capacity, and how well you can automate things, because there's so much going on that you have to automate. But ultimately, this is the main progression chain. Well, don't worry, you don't need to see the bottom corner. This is the main progression chain to take you through like the different stages. We actually have creative flight, so we can just fly around with creative flight. We had to build the creative flight. It took a lot of effort to build that. In fact, our creative flight is being powered by this water fountain. That is a lovely water fountain. I built it myself, and it is powering our creative flight. You turned Discord purple? Oh no, how did you do that? But yeah, it's all about difficult automation and how you can build things to do stuff. And the whole part of the fun is, if you know Factorio, this is kind of like Factorio in Minecraft. You have to make factories to do stuff for you. Okay, so distillery, water. I got the pipes, got the watertight casing. So we need let's doodad. I would assume it's the little gear menu at the bottom left, Demos, kind of right under your name or right next to your name. Alright, this is a little weird. A little bit of an awkward build on this one. And I did not make enough watertight casing. How am I failing at making enough watertight casing? Right. Because I keep forgetting that I'm supposed to be putting hatches in this thing, and it's still not catching on in my brain. Alright, so we need a muffler on the top. Welcome back, Havenpunk. All right, hopefully that'll build. All right. All right. Mixer. I need at least 2 mixers. Because the other one's over here. I also need another couple centrifuges that I haven't done yet. Oops. Let's do more of that in preparation for the centrifuge, and then mixer. Mixy. This is the one that's gonna be interesting. It's big. It's big and tall. But it's only 6 tall, so I think it should fit within here. Yeah, okay. So, this one's the one that we need more stuff, and that's the reaction-safe casing. Do I have enough of anything to make it yet? Oh, we do. Oh, good. Good. Still need more haste alloy though. That'll cook up over time. Alright, let's zoop over here. Nope, zoop over here. Alright, mixer. Yep, same story as all the others. If I knew that they were all going to be the second level up, I would have just started with that. But whatever, it's fine. And this one's butted right up against here, so it'd be nice to maybe power this one from the side, perhaps. We'll see. Eh. Nope. Alright, the hell are those? Those are... chemically inert PTFE machine casings. And we also need haste alloy frame boxes and PTFE pipe casings. Okay. So we need pipe casings, and we need PTFE chemically inert. Alright. I have a feeling these are going to go up a few levels. Close. Yeah, okay. So this is basically, these are the mixer blades. So we're building the mixer blades out of what is essentially plastic parts. Alright, next level. How many of those do we need? We need 8 of them. So this one's going to be going right up to the ceiling. So hopefully it doesn't need to have anything mixed through the top of the ceiling. Gizmo is not in the ball pit, by the way. He is crunched over the edge of the ball pit, and he's just sitting on it. And when I turned over to look back at him, he went, meow. Oh, little dork. Nope, not watertight. Reaction safe. Nope. Here, let's power this thing from the side. Alright, and at the top, we needed one of these. I know, right? Hi, Midnight. How you doing? No, I think I did it. I think I did done it. It formed. Hey, what do you know? Nice. All right, and then this goes right about there. Nice. Okay. So how you doing with all your piping and stuff?
Fine. Why do you ask?
Well, just wondered. Just
You
wondered.
got all this stuff set up over here? Oh, nice.
Most of it, yeah. I think I'm missing one machine. The I don't know.
Need the
green
molybdenum
one.
disilicide in here
Oh yeah.
still. Yeah. I was gonna see if you were up for the challenge of putting together that portion of it, but
Mm-mm.
oh, okay.
Mm-mm.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I believe you have the ability to do it. I'm just, you know.
Yeah, but you're so much better at it and more practiced at it. And I still got shit to do.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright. So, molybdenum disilicide rings, HSLA steel, graphene foil. Oh, alright. I think I only need 8 of them though, right? Large arc smelter, large Bruin vat, and large electromagnet. 8 of them. Okay. So 8 of them, but it's 32 rings per. So that's it's 4 stacks of rings. And then 2 stacks of graphene foil. Alright. Four stacks of rings. And I don't even have graphene foil on here. Alright, let's go do that. How do I make graphene foil? Graphene foil is extruded graphene dust in a thin extruder shape. Well, shit, I don't have that one. I don't have anything ready for that one. Or do I? You dork. No, I only have regular shape plates. Well, fiddlesticks. Alright. Well, to do this right though, I only need a half a stack of graphene dust through an extruder shaped foil. So let's do that. One time only. Done. Sure. Okay. And then we need to go back into here. And the coils require 1 ingot of steel per. So we need 8 of these melted up. Yeah, right. It's got concrete in it. And we have this lovely assembler ready to go, which is full of tungsten, which I never finished using, apparently. Another tank, please. Alright. We need the molly rings. We need the graphene foil. And those are going to be the thingy. Alright, well it's gonna cook up, and then we're gonna be able to finish off that job in a moment. So let's switch over to this one. So this one we also need the vibration safe casing, a lot of it. We need 18 of the great machine casings. And this one's a little bit different of a shape. A little bit different. Okay. So, buh. And, buh. Is it 2 high or 3 high? Okay, let's start down here then. Yeah, this is a different one. Alright, and then there we need those things. What the hell are those called again? Great machine casing. Oh, alright then. Now it's done. And then we power it. Through here, perhaps. Okay, it's gonna take a little bit of time to cook. Oh. And the caterers are gone. Hi, I'm back. Nice. We got the piping going up and over. Nice. All right. Let's see. What are you? You are another centrifuge. All right, I can do that. Oh, I need more parallels. Steel pipe casing. Those are there, 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 and there. Okay. The parallels are probably going to take a while, so we're just going to have to leave the space for that. That's another mixer to do. We got another centrifuge to do, so let's do this one because I got all the parts on me still. That's good, that's good. Just need to power it. Oh, right, more power there. That's fine. Alright, next up we got, we'll do the mixer next because that's next in the line. Mixer! I have already forgotten the mixer. That is the reaction safe casing, right. With the one I probably couldn't do anyway because we don't have enough materials yet. But we have enough materials now. Wonderful. All right, so we have enough of that. That's gonna come in over time. We also need the haste alloy frame box. 8 of those. And then we need the PTFE parts. And this part right here. Don't have the parallels yet. Fair enough. Alright. First layer, please. I think it'll be easier to make just a couple more of these. I need 3 more. Because this goes on top. There we go. Okay, next up is this doodad, the electrolysis machine. Another one of these. Alright, so this is the non-conductive casing and the electrolytic cells. How many was it? 12. Well done. And are the parallels ready? Parallels are ready. Hey, finally. Oh. Dirt. I see. I've never finished hollowing this section out. Interesting. I don't know if I noticed that over there, but I definitely noticed it there. That's gonna be fun. Hopefully it doesn't accidentally hollow out and delete this stuff that we built. Probably should work on that at some point. Yay, giggle counter. Alright, so you're good. Alright, next up, the multi-smelter. I kept talking about bringing the multi-smelter over from over there, but I don't think that's a good plan. So let's build a new one, because I think we need our current setup to remain intact until we get this whole thing going. So, new multi-smelter.
High power smelter.
High powered. Oh, this is a down machine. This is a down machine. All right, fair enough. Parallel. Maintenance. We do need coils. And we thankfully have exactly enough of the Cooper nickel coils to do this. Oh shit, right. In-bar casings, I do believe. Yeah. Of which we have several. Then, done. Done. So, barring any mishaps in me assembling like 30 multi-blocks in a row, how many is this, by the way? So we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. Nice. 26 multi-blocks have been completed.
Nice. So I'm just doing the, if you have that flow chart handy.
Oh God, hang on. Let me pull it up. let me pull it up by pushing the pain button on OBS. I have a button for that.
Nice.
So yes,
So everything from this chemical reactor that I'm standing on to this distillery is that platinum group filter and processing.
Okay.
The big chunk.
Okay. Got it.
So that's what I'm trying to plug in right now. Everything else, well, except I guess the sifting funnel isn't forming for some reason.
Because you didn't put any inputs and outputs on it?
Oh, it's okay. I haven't plugged that in yet. Oh,
Yep.
because when I was there, that wasn't.
It wasn't there, and it's a
exist.
weird multi-block, so I get why you wouldn't want to plan that yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Everything but that, I guess, down to the packaging
Okay.
is done and plugged in.
Nice.
This bit here should be fairly straightforward because those are very small blocks or like little things on the flowchart.
Okay.
Yeah, so it starts here with the recentrifuge here. This one's the slurry,
Got it. Okay.
which then gets centrifuged. Well, it'll need three different fluid inputs. And
Where's
then
the recentrifuge on the slurry path? Because I see I see.
yeah, so
package.
that's what I was talking about. There's like that little bit that bends down and go to like 2 centrifuge module or whatever. I guess which part are you looking at?
So I'm looking at right after packaging,
Yeah.
recentrifuge here,
Yeah.
then slurry,
Yeah.
then second bath.
No,
here.
this is above slurry is the little arrow that says 2 centrifuge module,
I see 2 mixer,
right? And then above that,
and then above that 2 centrifuge. Okay, so where's the mixing happening? Oh, this is the mixer. Okay, so this is
Yeah.
the slurry. This is the slurry mixy
this is
doodad.
slurry. Yep, this is the centrifuge that it pumps directly into.
Got it. Okay. I was confused because I was thinking slurry. It was going to be some sort of other process happening, but no,
Right.
mixy.
Nope.
Okay.
And then yeah, the chemical bath for the tungsten stuff.
Okay. Yep. And then
The last
electrolyzer.
electrolyzer. And
And
then
then smelty and trash.
Yep.
Wherever trash is going to happen, if that's going to happen.
yeah, trash is for I think I'm only trashing like banded iron dust or something like that because it comes out as just banded iron dust or
Oh, I know, Blade. We're
I don't know,
talking
there was
about
a couple
the
things I
output.
had
We're talking about the
thrown
flow.
into the trash, but we don't necessarily need to trash anything.
Yeah, we're not really trashing anything. Okay.
But
All right.
yeah, so
Are you asking for assistance at this part?
sure, if you want to tackle it.
I need to figure out how the hell you've done everything so far.
So this is where everything's going to dump into.
Like input.
Yep, so I'm going to just put the ore storage bus right here.
All right.
And then there's a IV conveyor module on the side of the crate that then goes into the tubes.
Okay.
This crate here has a filter on it. It's an ore dictionary filter that says if it's a dense ore, send it into here.
Okay.
If it's not a dense ore, push it into this box here.
Gotcha.
And then goes down the line to here, where again,
So how does it come out of this box?
it comes out of
That
that box
conveyor,
with just
okay.
a conveyor module. Yep. an unfiltered one.
So you have an unfiltered conveyor importing from the top and exporting on the side. Okay, got it.
I don't have one importing from the top. I'm hoping that because like
there's a conveyor there. There's an import conveyor on the top of this box coming from this pipe. Yeah.
Huh, so there is. Set to import. I wonder if the tube automatically adds that. I don't think I did.
I have no idea. I've never quite figured out how these things worked.
Yeah. Well, okay. Either way, I know that if you put like a crate right next to the input bus or the input bus on these,
Yeah,
it will
push straight to the machine,
directly.
yeah.
So I'm hoping it pushes directly from the pipes.
It does that in my other automations, pushing directly into an ME interface. So yeah, probably.
Okay. So then from there it goes to the macerator where it asks, hey, if it's ore, then send it into here. If it's not ore, keep pushing it down the line, etc.
Okay. Okay.
And then that is basically the setup the whole way. At most junctions, I have another crate. The handy thing is on that flow chart, he's got the filters as like those thin rectangles around the Greg crate, so you can see what you need to do for it. But yeah, any side that you want to export from, you just slap an IV conveyor.
Okay.
You don't have to worry about putting a conveyor as import. It'll push into the boxes just fine without that.
Right.
I tested that out. And then, yeah.
Wild
indeed.
Wild and wacky. We're just missing the flailing tube arm, man.
It should. I mean, we got flailing tubes.
There are plenty of flailing tubes, yes.
But yeah, this all should work.
In theory.
In theory, yeah. Actually, a little easier to set up because there's more space than the other room was.
Yeah, more space,
really
and
nice.
you don't have to like multi-split it across multiple machines.
Yeah. The one that will be interesting for that side of the road will be the bath one.
Okay.
Because you need you have to have a robot arms do the supply exactly for 7 tungsten or 6 for scheelite. So you're probably going to want 2 different input buses for those.
Got it. Okay. Oh, also, while I was over here assembling,
Yeah.
I noticed that you never fully dug out the floor here, so I was plopping down my underfed.
That is true. I did not. I'll destructo gadget it and then clean it up later.
Yeah. Where does this Okay, I get it. Oh, it doesn't stop too terribly far away. Okay.
Yeah. And then when I finish setting up the platinum group, I'll come over and help you finish that up.
Alright, I'm assuming you have zillions of boxes?
I have them in my pocket. Let me make more.
Large platinum item pipes. We're gonna need filters. Probably item filters, probably Ordic filters, I don't know, some.
There's 32 more being made and 128 more pipes plus the 100 something that were in the network already.
Nice. Now I gotta study. He's making me do homework. And he's making me start the project like a quarter or 3/4 of the way through it. Okay, where'd I put that? Where'd I put that file? Where did I put that file? Where are you? No, not there. No, not there.
And of course, feel free to, ask if you need anything.
Found the file. That's literally just the process of zooming in and out of the file.
Or if you decide you'd rather do something else, that's okay too.
Okie dokie. I'm working on getting this to a spot where I can read it on my other screen.
Yes.
It's kind of big and long, making it very difficult to get oriented correctly.
Yup.
Thanks, Midnight. Hopefully I do got this. No, stop. No. Zoom. Zoom. Shuffle. Okay, so coming from the packager to the recentrifuge. That's where we're going to start. And you can't see it on my screen, but I've got it right here. Game instruction manual. Game instruction manual. We're gonna figure this out. So, coming from the packager, we have tiny dust and small dust. Gizmo, you're not supposed to scratch that. No be turd. No be turd, little kitty. No be turd. Gizmo, what are you doing? What are you doing, kitty? Come here. He's way too damn fast. He thinks we're playing, so he's running away every time I reach for him. Hi, what are you doing? Yep, pretty much. I reach out for him, and he just fucking bolts. Hi, I wish I had a toy to play with you. Where's your toys? Hang on.
I would say the one thing that I've been also trying to do as much as possible, even though there are places where I clearly haven't been, is when you go from like the main line of pipes into a machine, try to have its own crate, so that way that one can fill up instead of blocking the rest of the line.
Come on, Gizmo, play. I know he wants to play. Yeah. I won. I won the kitty game. I won the kitty game, but it took down my audio in the process. Okay. So, Greg Crate. I think Greg Crates. Alright, so he's been putting all these kind of at the front of the machine to run them across the front. So we're gonna do that. Right about let's start it here. Oh, one more. my ranch. I need my filters. Okay. So the recentrifuge filter is unfortunately a whole bunch of manual items. So that's cool. He brought me the toy. I didn't throw it far enough for him. He gets very upset at me when I don't throw it well enough. Okay. So. Alright, so coming from the packager. Let's just re-identify. So we got exporting from the box. It's all coming from here. Tiny dust going this away. So we got tiny dust going this way, and we've got small dust going. So anything that's not small dust. Got it. Okay. So small dust and tiny dust go through the packager and come out the other side. So not small dust is going this away. Not tiny dust is going this away. Small dust is going that way. Not small dust is going that way. This is input. Output. Input. Okay, so input is going this way. Which is robot arm supplying exactly 9. So got it. Okay, so he's got small dust going in this side. Got tiny dust going in this side with a robot arm to supply exactly 9. And then over here, the items come out here. And end up over here, where everything that ends up over here is either passed through these filters or coming out of the output of this, which then goes all the way over to here. Gizmo, you done with me? Okay. Gizmo's done with me. So then anything that is not dust and tiny goes this way. So what we're expecting to see in this box then is going to be those items. Question.
Yes.
On the recentrifuge, that recentrifuge filter, is that saying that that is osmiridium 8020 dust, crushed, pure. Which variety is that, and how am I supposed to be filtering that?
Okay, so at this point, everything pretty much is going to be, like, all of those will be the dusts.
Okay.
Just the pure, straight up dust, not like the purified pile of, it'll just be osmiridium 80-20, or just pitch blend, kind of a thing. So, what I did there is I did like a crate and put a actually you can see over here will be a good example. This stack here.
Yeah.
So this first crate filters 9 items. If it's any of those 9, they go up. If they're not any of those 9, they go to this next one. And then I do like the next 9 go up, go right, go up. Everything else goes right. See what I mean?
I see.
So that's how. So I just like chained the filters essentially. So the only thing coming into this pipe at that point is anything that's not those 27 items or 24 items, whatever it is.
So all of these 9 whitelist filters are the things that are supposed to be going to the centrifuge.
Correct.
So they go to the top box and in.
They go up and in.
Up and in, okay. And then down here, another up and in, and then a knot that away.
Yep.
Up and in, and a knot that away. And that all those knots then handles either everything that gets centrifuged or anything that's supposed to pass through this entire chain.
Correct.
Got it, okay.
And so since the recentrifuge module has like 14 things there, you'll want to do...
need 2.
You'll essentially do the same thing there, yeah.
Okay. Fascinating. He's back to playing with his tail. It's kind of adorable. Okay. Let's see. There aren't nearly enough hands for all this crap. Okay, so item filter coming in. No, item filter coming out. God dang, damn it. Alright, crowbar. Alright, let me go review that, because this, I haven't actually done all of this before. And these are just straight item filters. Oh, these are conveyors. Okay. I need lots of conveyors. Which conveyors are you using? I have 12 items a sec. So that would be... are you using IV conveyors?
Yes, sir.
Okie dokie.
They move 8 stacks per second just like the tubes do.
Nice.
So I just queued up 16 more because I ran out.
I also just queued up 16 more because I didn't have any.
Alright. Yeah, the
Keep going again.
graphene is the limiter there, so we gotta wait for the graphene to be remade. So we can't do
Yep.
like 128 or anything.
Yeah, where was I making the graphene? I know I was making it somewhere.
Yeah, I believe you were.
can't for the life of me remember where.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's being remade, so it's not like it's a big problem.
Okay. Alright, so I need me some conveyors, and we conveyor filter this direction. Alright, so we up filter one. Oh, and we need item. There we go. Alright, so we conveyor up, and then we conveyor forward. So up is item filter. And we need multiple items. Rare earth. We're going to configure these opposite at the same time, so I don't have to keep researching for items. So you are a blacklist. Rare earth. Next item is Realgar. And just to confirm, these are just regular dust, like Realgar dust instead of impure, pure, etc.
That is correct.
Okie dokie. Alright, and then not Realgar dust that away. And then we need tricalcium phosphate dust.
Yep, same with like in the slurry bit, it's gonna be just ruby dust, sapphire dust, etc.
Okie dokie. Cinnabar. And then metal mixture. Stibnite. Yellow garnet. Pitch blend. And osmiridium 80. Alright, and then we conveyor up and forward with a filter on each. You are blacklist. Alright, next one is iridosmine 80. Iridosmine 80. Stone dust. This one. And then redstone. And I think that's just going to be base redstone. But why does redstone need to be recentrifuged? Like, that's why I'm confused. Like, what? So redstone use gets centrifuged into silicon, pyrite, and ruby, and then mercury. Ah, okay. Okay. And that's how we get ruby dust for the next filter. I get it. I get it. Well, then mercury. It's probably useful somewhere. Now I understand. Alright, so that's the last 3. So then we need to item pump this away. And those should just be export, I do believe. Into this, which they're then going to be output through here. Which means this box is kind of worthless. Alright, and I'm just going to double check his output so I don't feel like I'm making it look weird. So yeah, he's just piping out and into box and then continuing from there. Okay, fair enough. Into box. Into box. And then we pipe this away. Ooh. Nice, Demos. You gonna share somewhere? Alrighty, hey punk. Rest up. You earned it. Have yourself a good night. / morning. Whatevs. You know what I mean. Okay, so that's supposedly done. Now I need to scroll over to the next step. Alright, so this box is just a dummy export. So this is kind of like a... It's just a receiving box, that's all it is. And then dummy export into here, which is exporting crushed centrifuge. There we go. And I'm assuming... Yeah, okay. Meep. Alright, so slurry makes another centrifuge, which I don't see on the list. Let's see if I can figure out where that's coming to. Electrolyzer filter, chemical bath. Yeah, I don't see the second centrifuge. Oh, there it is, the fluids to centrifuge module. Okay, got it. Got it. That's what I was missing. Okay. Alright, so this is the slurry. And the slurry filter is for ruby, sapphire, and green sapphire. So we've got... This box is just going to be... let's see... This box shall be conveying forward. This box. You put it in twinsies. All right, let me take a peek.
Apparently can't do the stacking of energy hatch method with the distillation tower.
Uh,
Just fine, but
okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure because that one was a really weird
it's a
multi-block.
weird one. Yes, it was taking me a while to figure out why this wasn't forming.
Yeah, because all of these, like the third level up, all of
Mhm.
those are all placed on diagonals. They are not technically supported by any blocks.
Right.
So it was a weird one. I wasn't sure if that stack would work. But whatevs.
What else? Now we know.
Now we know. And knowing is half the battle.
The other half is tactical use of hand grenades.
Yes. Nice, Demos. Nice. I like the umbrella drink and the bone. It took me a while to figure out what the stretchy guy was, but I think that's just because the one you sent was itty bitty. But I like him. Very nice. Well done. Alright, get my filters back up. Okay, let's do... This might be a time to put this right here. And then this can go here, I think. I like this spot. This spot's a good spot. It doesn't need to go up and over, but I want it to go up and over. Because why the hell not? And then we up. And we filter. So this is going to be ruby dust. Sapphire dust. And green sapphire. And that means that this away needs to be not those things. Okay. So then we have this fun thing. So this is going to slurry, and Aqua Regia is coming in. So we'll need a fluid import. Oops. I just want to check what the ruby is going to do when it goes through the mixer. So ruby with Aqua Regia comes out as ruby slurry. So that's going to be a liquid output. HV fluid out. And this can be HV fluid in. Which fluid pipes are you using?
I haven't needed fluid pipes yet.
Oh, okay. You had mentioned which ones though earlier. You said platinum for item and then something else ungodly shiny for fluid.
Let me check.
Was it iridium?
No. I mean, for those we could probably just use.
Could probably just do PVC. Oh no, that's item. PTFE.
How fast is that?
It's only 1200 per tick.
Oh, that'll be plenty.
I guess it depends on how fast we're getting fluids through here, because a single slurry ruby is going to be 3,000 output.
It is, yeah. Thought it's gonna do tick and a half for well, 2.5 ticks. That'll be fine.
Really? Okay.
Probably. So yeah, so this mixer is gonna make 3 different slurries, so your centrifuge is gonna need 3 different inputs.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Yeah. Okay.
Possibly
3 different outputs on the slurry as well.
Well, I mean 3 different inputs for the gems, and then 3 different outputs for the probably.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that might make sense. Okay. So 3 different output slurries, 3 different input items, 3 different input slurries. Okay, got it.
Yeah, because the slurry will only run when you have like 6 ruby dust, for instance. So you don't want 1 ruby sitting in the input, stopping all the sapphire from going in.
Right.
So you want to dedicate those.
Don't worry about it, Blade. I gotta break it and rebuild it anyway.
Crate thing.
What?
The stack of crates with the filters.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do the same thing here, where you have like ruby go one way, not ruby go up. Sapphire go in, not sapphire go up. Ruby and sapphire go in.
I guess it could go that way, yeah.
If you want.
Perhaps.
Whatever.
Okay. Pipe. We're gonna need 9 of these. Nice. That looks kind of slick, actually. Okay, so let's double check this. Yeah, you're right. I did do that. So this is one where the inputs could go a couple different ways. So let's review this. Alright, so what he was talking about is box, box, box. And just have the inputs dumped straight from the boxes, basically. Which we certainly can do. Trying to think if there's an easier way to do it with the item piping itself. But I don't think so. I was never able to get the item filtering to work very smoothly. But if we go back to power plant and review this clusterfuck up here, so what we have here is we have conveyor on the pipe itself that's doing an import from this box, and over here we have just a basic item filter attached to the pipe to prevent them from going through. So if I had left that filter exactly where it was, I might have been able to just pump them. So maybe we try that and see if it works. Oh, fell through the hole. Because then we can just doobity doobity do. Doobity do. We need input and input. Item, item, item. And I could technically just do that, but I think it'd be easier if we did this. Okay. And then we item filter on these things. So we'll do ruby dust here, sapphire, green sapphire, and we can back to doing this again. Item filter, white list, ruby, blue, green. So that should then dump the rubies, sapphires out of this box up into these pipes, and they're not going to go anywhere unless they match these filters. Ruby, sapphire, green sapphire. And that should be good, supposedly. And then over here, these should just be a straight dump. Inputs, outputs. And that should be it. So we should be able to carry on this away. Until we reach here, where we're going to have a box. Okay, so those fluids are going to come there. They're going to output from here. And they're going to output as items, but also as liquid. And that's the part where I don't know exactly how we're going to handle it. So let's get the output ready. So if we take the sapphire dust and put it through the slurry, the mixer, slurry comes out. We have 3 different fluid outputs in the centrifuge. Oh dear. Okay. Question. Thing I don't see in this process is out of the slurry.
Yep.
Out of, for example, the sapphire slurry comes aluminum dust and then tiny piles of various things plus 3 fluid outputs. And literally none of that is mentioned as part of that slurry process. So how do those tiny piles go back into the packager?
So we're going to need a return pipe that'll just follow like this one going across the road.
Got it. Okay.
And then, so if you take a
Do
look
we
over here.
return pipe? So do we return pipe from the centrifuge, or do we wait until the end line and return after the end? Are there other item outputs that we're going to expect to return, or is it just that centrifuge?
It's possible some of these, like some of the electrolyzer things, may need to be sent back through.
Okay, so I'll wait to return pipe it then to the
What
end.
I would do, so we don't clog anything with tiny little pipes, is make the return line in the back here.
Yeah.
And then, like, you can just put your output, like, connect to it, and then send the pipe right back down. And if you plug it into this box I'm standing on,
Yeah.
it'll go back through the packager, either small pile or tiny pile, and that actually lines up quite nicely.
That does line up nicely.
So that'll be your return line for tiny piles of whatever, or things that need to go back through the packager.
All right. All right then.
And then once it goes through the packager again, it'll get kicked back across the road, and then depending on what it is, maybe it gets processed by one of these things again.
It'll get all started over again, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, on the middle floor of the ore processing room, as there is now, there's a item conduit running across the length of the floor, and that's exactly what that is.
Nice. All right. Oh, did you get a chance to see my item filtering on the slurry machine?
No. Is it nice and elegant?
I actually replicated what I did with the reactor. So it basically pulls out of the box the ruby and the sapphires. And
oh, it's got the filter there.
Just filters right on the pipe itself to prevent them from leaving the pipe.
I don't think... Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then these are just one-to-one straight pipes. It looks kind of neat.
Yep, I like that. Do you have these fluid filtered at all?
Nope.
Okay.
No, it's
It was just in case like ruby slurry gets dumped into two.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where we don't know how it's gonna work. So I guess I probably should filter the receiving end. But then they might block up if they're generated in the wrong hatch on the slurry end.
Well, you could just connect the pipes in the middle here,
I guess
so they can all distribute throughout.
That could work, yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah, there are Greg Tech fluid filters.
Yeah. Okay, that works. Filter. Fluid filter. Yeah, I suppose we should probably prevent our own problems. Gimme fluid filters. Gimme. There we go. All right, and then we filter, then we filter, and we filter. Mixer, right. Ruby slurry. Alright, and then sapphire slurry. So you get the ruby. You get the green sapphire. And then we just hookity up. There we go. Let them do their thing. Okay. So, back to the centrifuging. So the centrifuging is going to come out with several items, which are going to go at the back end. And then we've got oxygen, nitric acid, and hydrochloric acid. So those are all going to re-centrifuge out to various liquids. And then the items are going to come out the back end. Same with this one, and same with this one. So we're going to have 3 fluid outputs. So this isn't even necessary. Because we've got solid items coming out the back end, which can come out here. Alright, so that's going to dump everything from this box all the way back to the return to packager. And then anything else that might come out of these can get tacked on the return line if we need to. I don't know if we need to yet, but if we do. Now we're going to have 3 different fluid outputs here. And I'm assuming that those fluid outputs, oxygen, nitric acid, and hydrochloric acid, are just going to get dumped into the network with import buses. We need 3 of these. We have a cat bud sticking out of the ball pit. That means that this box doesn't need to exist. Perfect. Although it might need to exist here. Yeah, okay. And yep, so we got that way and that way. Uppity sideways. So the up filter is going into the second bath, and this is going to be tungstate. And you are going to not be tungstate. And the other one is scheelite. Not scheelite. Yes, scheelite. And you can just have an input like right here. And what's going to come out of those?
I think this side of the road is done.
Nice.
I think. We'll find out when we send stuff in.
Right.
And then we get to debug.
Then we get to debug. So like debugging right now, just a pre-debug.
Yep.
Chemical bath on this is hydrochloric acid. And hydrochloric acid. So we are going to need a fluid input on this, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Alright. And then we need an item out over here.
Ah, yes, using the service floor.
Yep.
I forgot.
You forgot there was a service floor?
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I did.
I see.
All my wiring's up top.
I mean, I appreciate the spirit.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the visible cables.
There you go.
So it works for me.
I did it like you would, and you're doing it like I would.
Yup. We've trained each other well. Okay, so doot. Let's see.
You get the robot arm thing for this. This one you're gonna want, yeah. So you'll want 2 separate inputs, I think. Maybe not. Because you have to supply exactly
6 and 7. Yeah.
6 and 7, yeah.
Gotcha.
And only the robot arm has the supply exact setting.
Gotcha. All right.
Conveyor belt's good when you just want to push stuff in. If you need to be precise about it in any way, that's what the robot arm's for.
It's a shame you gotta do boxes for that. Shame there isn't like a supply exact filter or something.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Which robot arms were you using? IVs again?
IV, yeah. Although if this one doesn't matter if you're only supplying 6 and 7, you're not doing 8 stacks at a time. So it doesn't matter.
Actually, do we need to do? We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that at all. Not if we're having 2 different inputs. There's only 2 different items, so it only ever needs to have 1 box for each type of item, and it doesn't matter how many are in there at any given moment.
That's true. So yeah, you just need to set it to filter which one goes where.
Yep. Tungstate. Sheet light.
Or at least
Done.
this is the theory. If it doesn't work, we'll find out.
Well, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just going on my practice theory of how many times I was about to melt down my reactors. So.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you.
I have suffered from my knowledge.
Yeah. You paid for it.
All right, so this is second bath. Perfectly skippable as tungstate is already renewable from endstone dust, but whatever, fuck it, we're processing it all.
Yeah, we're processing endstone dust as well, so whatever.
So I don't quite understand what this is trying to say, but I think it's trying to say 2 Greg Tech crates in between to supply to the chemical bath, using the robot arms to supply exact. I think that's what I'm reading on this graph of doom.
Yeah, I only have the 1 crate in the other room, and I just have like the inner conduits with like item number filters.
Got it. Okay.
So yeah, I think your way should
Black, white,
hopefully work. Maybe whoever made this just, I mean, they didn't struggle like you did with the reactor, so they didn't discover this method. Who knows?
Maybe, yeah. Alright, so I'm on electrolyzer.
That one's gonna be a bummer.
Ah, I see. The filter.
Yeah, so more stacked crates.
More stacked crates. Alright.
I believe I made 2 changes to that in my thing here. I'm gonna go look at those quick.
How many items is that, by the by? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yeah, so for me, I replaced the
16.
doliazite in the second column there in the middle. I replaced that with magnetite.
Doliazite with magnetite?
Yeah, because we're getting magnetite. I don't know what or where doliazite even comes from. I've never even seen it. I mean, I've seen it in like JEI, but like we don't have any. I don't know where it comes from.
It comes from 3 different ores that don't spawn.
Right. So that's why I replaced it with magnetite, because we're getting that.
And the tiny and small piles don't come from anything. Alright. Yeah, we might not actually get that. Some magnetite.
Yeah. And then for this, you're going to want to use... This one, you're going to want to use the robot arm with the smart filter in it.
To supply exact. Oh yeah, I guess I haven't actually looked at what these
There's
do.
your smart filter there.
Electrolyzer 7. Okay.
Yeah, so they need specific amounts of the thing to run.
And there's way too damn many to have an input for each.
Yes.
Sad.
So you just have it set to, like for the tungstic acid, it needs 7 of them. So you just have it you set that smart filter into the robot arm and set it to electrolyzer. And it will know how many of each thing to throw in automatically. It's pretty cool.
Hang on, I'm trying to think. Filter insert electrolyzer. Maybe no robot arm needed.
Here's hoping.
That'd be
And we're gonna
cool.
want its definitely want its own crate, so you don't back things up.
Yeah. Well, and we're gonna need a series of crates anyway to
Oh yeah, to filter.
filter.
Yup.
All right.
Let's see. There are
28. I already counted.
Okay, well, nice.
Gila, stop molesting my camera. I now have both kitties right behind my monitor right here, so I don't need the kitty cam anymore. Trying to envision how this is all gonna go. Because in theory, this should handle the input filtering without needing a robot arm. In theory.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, in theory, so we could probably just put a conveyor belt here.
Yeah.
Just push anything.
So what's this box for? Is this just for overflow?
Yeah, so I figured we'll have all the boxes for the filtering right here, like in the line.
Yeah.
And then that will dump. Those will output into here automatically.
Why does there have to be 28?
I know. I mean, it says that these are the ones that he considers worth it. You don't need to do all. You don't need to only do those. So.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So what ultimately
I did all of them except I swapped out the dilizite with magnetite.
Yeah. So magnetite, but magnetite, you don't even need to do it because it's just pulling out more iron and oxygen as the output. Like,
Yeah, and then I was just smelting the iron.
Yeah, and that's completely irrelevant because we have hundreds of thousands of infinite iron.
I mean, we do now, yeah. I mean, otherwise we just, what, trash it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many of these are actually worth doing, considering the infinity of stuff that we get. Like pyrolusite, for example, might not be relevant. Oops, wrong one. Pyrolusite. Okay, pyrolusite is manganese, so we probably need that.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I cut off magnetite, even just that one, that reduces an entire box of filters I need to do. Because then it would be 999 instead of 9991.
Why isn't this forming? Maybe this can't do the vertical thing either.
Oh, this might not have had a parallel hatch on it?
Well, it did and I took it off.
Oh, okay.
Simply because the number of stacks it can process is there we go, is dependent upon the coils.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't know if the input or the parallel hatch was breaking that because I didn't know how to handle it.
I thought that this was mandatory those coils, so if we need to bump them up to more coils, we have some.
I'm gonna bop them to tungsten steel.
Okay, how the fuck am I filtering this again? Let's do that. I can come out the back. Yeah. Okay. So up and forward, up and forward, up and forward. Okay. Time for more filters. That wasn't the correct amount of filters. Okay. So, up, we've got tungstic acid. Oops. Filter, blacklist. All right, we're gonna filter and make sure that these are set first. There we go. Okay. So we got tungstic acid. Oops, let's do chloride. So we got calcium chloride and lithium chloride. All right. Then we got zincite. Pyrolusite. Straight up phosphate. Topaz and blue topaz. Monazite. All right, and then we got molybdenite. Molybdenite. There we go. Cobaltite. Powellite. Bastenosite. Barite. Chromite. Borax. Antimony trioxide. Bauxite. Pollucite. So many fun materials here. Apatite. Wolfenite. Pyrochlor. Tantalite. Vespertine. Caymanite. Uvarolvite. Sure. Emerald dust. Okay. So, all of these are all set to go up into these boxes. And then we need to have them go into here. And supposedly this will work. Supposedly. We will have to find out. Because if not, if this filter here doesn't properly detect and insert recipes for this device, then we're going to have to do it a different way, which will be obnoxious because it's like 28 filtered items. But this is the electrolyzer. We're electrolyzing. This is all good. Yep. Okay. What you got going on here?
Just setting up what goes into the smelter.
Nice.
At least this is what currently is going into our smelter, and it seems to have worked out so far.
Okay.
Just need to plug it in. Make sure all the machines are powered, and then test it out.
Oh god, I got lost. This way.
Can you imagine how cool it would be if this works on the first try?
That would be fantastic. Did you not dig under the road?
Not for the service floor, apparently.
Huh.
All right. There's that.
Ah, I see. I understand.
Do you?
You put the service level so that it can't be dug under the road. At least not at the same depth.
Oh, is that floor level?
Yep.
Whoops.
Whoops. Alright, so let's
I'm so concerned whenever I'm plugging these in, I'm gonna hear an explosion.
yeah, we're gonna go from this way. Alright, not that way. Alright, we're right here. Nope, not that way. Our half-assed road patch job from earlier has come back to bite us.
Shoot. Getting soggy on this microverse.
Yep.
Do you have any superconductors on you? Draconium wires.
I do not know.
All right.
Okay. And yes, I am aware I am excavating the old-fashioned way, and I have destructo tools and all that stuff, but sometimes it's just nice to do it the old-fashioned way. Okay.
Am I cool to just drag this wire across?
I suppose,
Or
yeah.
do you have a plan?
I don't really have any particular plans. I figured that we'd probably just tap off the main trunk instead of wrap around lines from everywhere.
Oh, you want to tap that way and go over?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
I think that'd be easier for traceability rather than trying to figure out where that power cable came in from wrapping around this entire room.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Trying to figure out a way to do this transition without screwing the road.
I'll just put it right here.
No, I just meant like in general for
Oh,
decorativeness and whatnot.
got it.
Alright, that can go back in.
Oh, that's the end of the line. Oh.
There we go. Of course, because we didn't put any actual thought towards where the power was going, the wires are a little bit messy down here, but, you know, whatever. It's a service floor.
That's why they're buried.
It's a service floor.
Yeah.
We need dirt there. All better. Mostly better. So we can't do anything about this ceiling at the moment. I don't know exactly how we're going to tackle that, but I can at least fix up this bit. Okay. Make sure I don't do anything weird. Yeah, all good. All right. Still hooking up.
Yep, almost done. Just getting the input set up.
Nice. I did not double check all of these recipes on this side for what fluid inputs and whatnot they might have. I did the chemical bath and the HCl, but I don't think I did anything in the mixer or the centrifuges, if anything's supposed to go in those.
The only thing I can see is looks like in the between the bath and the electrolyzer, there's that rare earth that gets sent back to the centrifuge module.
Yeah, okay. That comes out of the bath, okay.
So I gotta tap that into this return line somehow, and it will work out just fine.
And that comes back to this centrifuge module then.
It will eventually, yes.
Okay. We don't want a separate one for all the rare earth?
No, you should have rare earth on one of these, right?
Probably. I think so. Yeah, first one. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Okay, so out from the bath.
Yeah, you can just put a crate there for rare earth to go backwards, everything else go forward.
Okay, so then, nope. Pipe.
There's no conveyor on there.
I'm working on it.
Oh. Okay. I always do the conveyor first so I can set it up and then put the pipe.
Okay.
I always forget you can like slide them in by clicking like the little rectangle on
Oh,
my
yeah.
face.
You messed me up.
I know.
Wow. Wow.
All right.
So, done?
You got Aqua Regia going into the slurry?
No. Okay, so that was the one I knew
Oh
needed
no,
to
sorry,
happen
into
and
the
forgot.
yeah, Aqua Regia into the mixing machine. And then it looks like it's gonna have a. Oh yeah, the centrifuge is this output here.
Yeah.
We need an Aqua Regia in. Looks like the electrolyzer here will have fluid outputs as well, so I'm putting a bus onto it.
Electrolyzer will?
Yep.
Oh.
There's the arrow coming out the left, with items and fluids.
Hmm.
Items coming from below, and then fluid, yeah.
The electrolyzer? You're doing the bath right now.
No, that's because I'm an idiot.
Oh, okay.
That's simple as.
Or you've already set up like 20 something machines and you're a little bit burned.
Or that, yeah, one of the two.
Okay. So that's Aqua
Alright,
Regia.
that should be plugged in.
Yep, already getting Aqua Regia over here. Good. HCl, all the import fluids here. Alright.
I think we give her a test.
Okay, okie dokie.
I'm going to turn off I'm going to disconnect the import line quick, just that way we can see what's coming into here that shouldn't.
Okay.
Then we can try and use that to figure out if there is any problems, what it may be.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and
Have you
fire
turned
in-
off the storage bus on the other side?
Not only that, I took it and put it
Yeah,
here.
took it. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So what are we gonna test it with?
Anything that makes a lot of ores.
We probably need more Caymanite. How about that?
Sure. Won't have the dense ore bit running, but that's totally fine. Pretty sure that's set up.
Dense orbit's not running yet.
Well, the Caymanite microminer doesn't bring back any dense ore, so that part
Right.
will just be skipped, which is fine. You could do it like a
Could do.
tier 4 and for the lapis.
I did not set up Lapis tier 4 yet.
Oh right.
Is Lapis the only one that we care about out of that? We got Diamond, we got Coal, we got Emerald, we got Redstone.
Yeah, I think so.
So Lapis, okay. I'll just set up a quick recipe for that.
Though the dense redstone will be nice, simply because that gives, when you centrifuge, or not centrifuge, when you thermal centrifuge, I think, the redstone ore, you get small piles of rare earth.
Oh, okay.
And then you can get your cesium, your lanthanum, your whatever comes out of that, neodymium little bits.
Okay. Okay.
So, but it's not like we'll be requesting redstone to request lapis.
Right. Okay, so 64 and 16, right? I'm gonna try this one without the paper, see if it works.
These chemical reactors also don't have parallel hatches. I don't know if they need them or if they can have them.
I think I remember asking you about that before, when you had it set up elsewhere,
Oh.
and I don't know what the answer was.
Well, no.
honestly.
So okay, so that chemical reactor set up elsewhere would have been one of these down here in the platinum group. Would have been this one here, which I think has it, but no, it doesn't.
Tier.
That's okay.
Tier 4.
I'll add one.
Tier 4.
can't use one. Never mind that.
So assuming this goes away, we should be good. Nice. Nice. So it turns out it works great without the paper nonsense.
Yeah?
As long as you have the specific items that you want set as your target output.
Nice. Oh yeah, we're getting stuff in.
Yeah.
This thing's crushing like mad. I love it.
Yep, watching that disappear fast. Well, I also noticed that it came in as diamond ore, which means it already went through the double cleanup, or the dense cleanup.
Yeah, that's what these are doing right
Yeah.
now. You can see they're doing it in 3 ticks. Nice.
Oh man, yeah, that's nice. You know, it's really hard to troubleshoot and monitor when it's all flowing so damn quickly.
Right?
I guess my only concern with how all of this is set up, like this area back here with all of these sub boxes and whatnot,
Yeah.
is it gets a little bit out of the straight loop.
Well, that's intentional. A lot of these things do loop back in on themselves.
Okay.
Like the this chemical reactor here makes, as one of its byproducts, it makes ruthenium tetroxide, and then this is also the only thing that can process it. So there's like a couple of loops, and
gross.
that's gonna like back things up, and so
It's gonna make it really difficult to troubleshoot at some point, but that's fine.
Yeah. I don't know what, if anything, is currently running.
I don't either.
Nothing's made it to the end box yet.
How about we request more?
Oh, it's sitting in the centrifuge here. Oh, it's doing the stone dust. Oh, we're centrifuging stone dust.
You told me to follow the thing.
That's true. I did.
So I'm following the thing.
Forgot it was on there.
And I wouldn't be opposed to slapping another centrifuge on top of this and just dedicating it to stone dust.
Could do. Yeah.
Because yeah, that's definitely it's 3 seconds per. So it's only gonna be able to handle so much. We already have 3,000 stone dust in the top box waiting to get pushed in.
Yikes. So I don't know where everything went. Oh, I found it. That all is not supposed to be there.
We have a whole bunch of stuff at the end here.
Oh, did it make it all the way through?
We have a ton of tiny piles here that did not handle
Why did those...
Yeah.
Where are they? Oh, yeah. Oh. Those are coming from the centrifuging stone dust.
Ah, which was not accounted for.
Right.
I see.
So we're going to need a line
Out of the centrifuge.
somewhere like here.
Yeah, right here. Perfect. Yeah, just right out of this box. We just do a not tiny pile forward.
Or not small pile and not tiny pile.
Yeah.
Or dust
Okay.
tiny, dust small. And then yeah, have that send back through.
That's easy enough.
That's where that is.
Nice. Oh, I need to go copy your tiny pile text. It's easier.
Oh yeah.
Is it all tiny piles, or do we need to do dust small as well?
So it's, yeah, it should be dust tiny and dust small.
But are both coming out of the stone dust, or do we only need to worry about the tinies? Both. Okay.
Yep. Some will be. Out of like centrifuging the rare earth, will have a couple of small piles.
Got it. So we can't do like a comma separated ore dict filter.
I don't
Have you
think
tried
so.
that?
I mean, I think the filter has all the symbols it allows listed. So you would just do.
Oh, and okay.
Yeah. So you just do. Oh shoot, that's one thing we also missed. We didn't do the manganese diboride coils in the separator. The thing that you had me, or disilicate, I mean.
Oh, what?
The manganese or magnesium whatever, the disilicate.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Coils for the EM separator.
I built them. I just never actually installed them. There we go.
Nice.
Copy. And then we...
Alright, I figured out why these were all stuck over here. I forgot to change the second chemical bath to ore washer instead of chemical bath.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Okay, now this is washing. Good.
Can you keep an eye on the packager? I'm about to send some shit down.
Sure. Yep.
It came. Oh yeah, that looks right. At least
it's not packaging though.
It is not packaging. But why?
Do not know.
No maintenance problems. Does it have power? It has power.
Yeah.
It's got maintenance. It's got power.
Structure has formed.
It's formed. It's got its ins. It's got its outs. Indeed.
Why no do thing?
Let's see. Missing a circuit.
Oh. Yeah, I need a circuit in both of the inputs.
Yeah, don't do both the inputs. Just do a separate input with a ULV. Just do a single box input that has a circuit slapped in it.
Oh, does that work?
Yeah. I've used it for a couple things.
Are they both the same circuit?
Oh, tiny pile is a 1. Small pile is a 1, yes.
Oh,
It's chunking.
that's making sound now.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, that chews through this super nice.
Good, good, good. Now we just gotta somehow get the failed output over here back over there.
Yeah. See, this is why I disconnected it.
Yeah. We could. Fell through the hole. We could do the return pipe filters.
Sure. Sure, if you want to set that up. Let me, I'm just gonna keep checking on the other things here, make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to.
Oh, Jesus. Alright, that should be incoming and it should be fast.
Nice. I can already see one adjustment I want to make.
Okay.
The sifting machine, I'll make a little box. Actually, I can just do that right now. So everything dumps into that box instead of sitting on the line here. That should be easy to put in place.
The way you've got this filter set up here, or the packaging machine, with the robot arms pulling from the box, putting into the pipe,
Yeah.
you'd get better results from just doing a conveyor and dumping it, because you're not filtering it or anything.
Yeah, I was just trying to make it do just one item at a time, so that way it doesn't.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
Or do the 4 at a time, so it doesn't just jam it with a bunch of ones.
Right.
Because there
I wonder
are
if this
more
is a good
dust.
time for a smart item filter.
Is there a packager option for that? I don't think there
Oh.
is.
There is not.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. It's doing 16 in one tick, so.
Oh, my wrench. Oh no. It broke my entire wrench instead of just the head.
Gasp.
That's sad. So the only reason I mention that is the rate that it's pulling out of this box is real slow compared to how fast it could theoretically be cooking it.
Yeah, I don't know what a good option is for that. Because there are more types of small pile and tiny pile dusts than there are slots in that input hatch, so I don't want it just to fill with ones.
Right. I mean, I guess you could switch it up to an LUV robot arm.
I don't know if that actually, like, I don't think that swings faster. It just can move more at once. But if I'm only moving 4, I could use a smaller one. I could use a ultra low voltage, even.
Yeah, I guess if it swings the same speed and only transfers quantity of items at a time, that's a different matter, I guess.
Yeah, because it just says, yeah, how much items it transfers per second. It's the only data it gives.
Huh.
Okay, so for the filter on the output box, you wanted an or instead of an and. But it's alright.
Oh, whoops.
Because there is no item that satisfies being both a tiny and a small.
That would make sense, and that would be probably the same mistake I made over here.
Yep. This is why we debug.
Oh, and this needs to be an and, because this would be not small dust and not tiny dust, but this direction needs to be small dust or tiny dust going that way. All right. My logic brain doesn't always work sometimes. It's fine. It's fine. We are almost getting items in this box faster than they can be transferred out of this box.
Yeah.
Alright, I think I am going to make another centrifuge. Dedicated to stone dust.
Okay.
We happen to have the height for it. So then I can cap off the top with more of these. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I made a mistake.
Uh-oh. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that?
I didn't mean to. That's why it was a mistake.
What did you did?
I broke a box I shouldn't have broke.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Where?
Main hall line.
I see. Where do those all need to go?
I'm just gonna drop them into this next box.
Is that the right answer?
No. So the right
Okay.
answer is I don't have the filter set up properly for this whole area, and I don't quite know how to fix it in line, but so I'm just gonna deal with it. I'm just gonna deal with this fallout later by grabbing it maybe out of the MES system or something. Don't know.
Okie dokie.
Unfortunately, I might have to break the neatness of the line, but I'm going to try not to.
God damn it. God damn it. Alright, I don't know for sure if this has enough power to handle it, so we're gonna have to find out the hard way. Oh, that's what happened. My snippers. Alright, we'll see if that's gonna be enough power for both of those. Don't know for sure. Oh, and we need you, 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 you. Okay. Okay. Oops. Okay, so what we got going on here is we got iridosmine, stone dust, and redstone. So stone dust is going up to here. So then we're going to want to filter. Actually, conveyor. Alright, Demos, have yourself a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Congrats again on your promotion, etc. Stone dust up. Stone dust not. This way. Okay, are you getting enough power, and is there a problem? Power, 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 power. Just barely. Right, because of this. Okay. Oh, sweet Jesus. Alright, let's see. Dust small and dust tiny. Or dust tiny, I guess. Going that way. not dust small and not dust tiny that way. Something else happened?
Yeah, I disconnected it. Don't worry.
Okay.
Unless, I mean, depends. What do you?
Just shit tons of tiny piles of stuff still coming this way.
Oh, that I don't know what to tell you. I don't think that was because I have my thing. Oh, because I just all the stuff that was on the floor, I just picked up. And just said, no, should have still gone through the. Still should have gone through the packager because I was upstream from that.
Shoulda, yeah.
So I'm not sure yet.
Oh, it didn't. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't go through the packager, but it hasn't filtered its way back through the. The dust small and dust small or dust tiny does not appear to be working with the exporter. Well, let's follow this chain because this might be feeding into an empty box or something. Full. Yeah, right here. Your tiny dusts are not leaving this box.
That's because this box is backed up right here. So they got nowhere to go. Not this one. This one.
But shouldn't the tiny dust be going to this box to go into the machine?
Yep. Yep, they should.
Ah, you forgot your wild card.
Oh. On both sides?
I only checked this one where it wasn't leaving this box.
That might be why it's sending them through.
Yep, wild card fixed.
That one's only connected inwards, so it doesn't matter. Now it might literally be backed up because this box can't export.
Right.
But it still has trash in it that I don't want to go back in.
That button, that button. No, that didn't solve much of the problem. That's solving this problem of the tiny piles of shit.
Alright, now that's going.
It's going as far as it can, but then this box stopped up with non-tiny piles, so tiny piles can't go through.
Maybe we should replace this tube here, the bottom one coming out of that box, with a, well, no, this one should be a box for tiny piles, so everything should be able to leave that.
Yeah, it's just whenever there's a a stop up in the thing, it just stops flowing altogether because there's no way for it to.
Yeah, yeah.
Move.
It's got no output, essentially.
Yeah.
So.
We stretch. We stretch.
Here, come grab Lapis and throw her back in the network. It'll be fun.
I'm sure it will be. You can also grab diamonds.
Well, I'll tell you, in principle, this thing works.
In principle,
Like,
it does, yep.
We're not just getting the ores at the end.
It is doing, I would say, 90-ish% of what it should be doing.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good for a first attempt.
It's pretty good. Yeah, we just gotta figure out why it's only 90.
There we go. Also, I ran out of hydration. I got a couple drops. It's too far away to go get more.
Here's another issue.
Yeah.
This centrifuge has no output.
Oh. Well, yeah, it needs one of those.
Yeah. Yep, you can just plug into the line right here.
Okay.
Is the packager still jammed? Yeah. Well, the packager's not.
Packager's fine as this box is jammed. I'm slowly working through all the bits and bobs.
Yeah. Okay, here's an idea.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, that's not gonna matter because assuming we have the packager fixed, it won't matter. Never mind. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, if anywhere on, especially that side of the street, if you see any like those purified something ore where it's like a crushed pile, that doesn't belong over there. Bring
Okay.
it back and dump it somewhere on this, like at the start of the line. So we can all
Okay.
get processed again.
What about the lapis dust, flawed lapis, exquisite lapis?
Oh, that stuff's fine.
Okay.
If you find like purified pile of something over there, that shouldn't be there either.
Yeah, that I got one of those.
You can grab that and drag her back over here. That'll free up some space for things to start moving a bit. But essentially, once we can get it so this end box is only stuff that we want, I'll plug it back in and that will kick everything else going again. I hope.
Where does the purified piles go? Or do I just put it in the start box?
If you just, yeah, you can just slap it in the start box or anything near there. Same with all like the tiny piles and things. And it should all just go and get reprocessed. Stuff like the gemstones and the flawless whatevers, those can go into the actual network because those we want.
Ah, yeah, I wasn't sure about the which variety of gemstones.
Yeah, we're gonna get like flawless and exquisite and whatever of pretty much all the gems. So that's fine. That's what the sifter does.
Okay, I wasn't sure if those were going to be reprocessed into something else or whatever.
Nah. Oh, in this centrifuge here,
Yeah,
do you have end stone dust as a filter? I don't remember if that's on the list or not.
it is not on the list that I can recall.
Okay. Could
So that would be a
you
no.
add it to either of them? Because we can get free tungstate out of that.
To which one?
That's
This
either
pile here?
one of these stacks of
Okay.
centrifuges. Just as long as one of them does end stone dust, we'll be good.
And stone dust. There we go.
Well, this turned out to be an all-evening endeavor,
It did.
but it's worthwhile. Because if we can get this running, it's gonna be, I mean, at least 3 times faster than the other room.
I was saying 30 times faster, but that's probably a little bit optimistic.
Well, based on the numbers that we got when we were testing the different levels of the one centrifuge that was in there,
Right.
yeah, it should be just slightly over 3 times. And if we can get the 64x parallel hatches in some of these, those will be 12 times faster than the original room. And then the 256 will be 64 times. Alright, I'm gonna do something that I'll fix later and that may help us out.
All right. It's zooming. Oh, good night, Sparkle. Didn't know you were still out there.
So what I did is I disconnected this pipe, as you can see.
Yep.
And now I'm just draining these boxes into the network.
Oh, okay.
Then I'll just grab the tiny dust as like an export bus and slap it somewhere, so that way they get processed again once the line clears out.
Okay.
And then this will give us 3 boxes worth of storage space for things to start cycling again.
Nice.
Hopefully that's enough. We'll find out.
Okie dokie. Bye, Sparkle. Have a good night. How do we deal with this problem? Because stone does centrifuges to quartzite, potassium feldspar, marble, biotite, sodalite, and metal mixture. But metal mixture is then an important item. That's banded iron, pyrolusite, bauxite, barite, ilmenite, and chromite. So chrome, barium, ilmenite, whichever one ilmenite is, tungsten or titanium. So titanium's good. So stone dust is still important to process, but how do we deal with this? The entire box is so stuffed up it can't go anywhere and do anything. And then this is all stuffed up because of stuff. Let's see. What's marble dust doing? Marble dust. What are you doing? You can centrifuge to magnesium and calcite. Okay, that's good. Do we have marble dust being processed anywhere?
No, we just have a shit ton of it in the network.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Like, would it be better to like trash that at the output as we
Probably
sift it out?
Yeah. It's a good one for the trash input.
Yeah. Why is this not flowing? Or? Yeah, or. There's no or. I can't logic. It's fine, don't mind me. It was stopped up because of me. I fixed it.
Okay, looks like things are moving again.
Yeah, that was me fixing it. Stupid and
Nice.
Nor again. Okay, so stuff's leaving here. Got some stuff coming here. Ah, Pelican. Howdy, Kinder. How you doing? Okay, so we got a whole bunch of tiny piles of shit. That's not supposed to be happening. Is any of that going this way? I don't know.
It's chunking. Things are moving. On the good plus side, since the packager is the thing that's now seemingly running constantly, like the tiny piles, I'll condense 9 stacks of mistake into 1 stack of something we want. And I'll free up more space for things to start moving more.
True, but it does it slowly.
Well, I mean, it's doing 16 in a single tick. We just have a lot of mistake.
Well, yeah.
I think it's only slow because of the backlog we created. Once we get it working, should be better.
Can you help figure out this part?
What part? Yeah.
So this is the sifting output, and it's making tiny piles and shit.
Okay.
Well, tiny piles are going through here when they should not be, and it's set to not tiny piles, right? It's set to not small piles or not tiny piles. When I tried to set it to not small piles and not tiny piles, nothing would move. So if you do an or, it lets everything through. If you do an and, it lets nothing through. So is there a different way to do that? And I have no way to know if this is actually dumping items at the back with the tiny piles instead of the not tiny pile filter.
Yeah, it is still pushing them through, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
How do I get to this side?
Oh, front side here.
Yeah.
The outer square, the outer small squares. That's the back face, or the opposite face.
Oh.
So supposedly, it's set to small dust or tiny dust going out that back face. And then supposedly not small dust or not tiny dust going that away.
Right. Yep. Okay. I don't know if we need the priority.
Yeah, the priority probably is throwing it off, or throwing off logic at least. I'm gonna have something crunchy.
Yeah, it's still going into here, huh? Yeah, sure is. Let me go. This is before the mixer, between the centrifuge and the mixer. Let me go see how I have it set up in here. Oh, I didn't ordict that. I used the item filter. Okay. I hate to say it, but maybe we gotta double crate that one. There's gotta be an easier way to do it, but I don't know why that logic isn't working.
It's really only changing the problem to the next crate down, though.
No, I mean, we do the thing where one crate is not dust small, everything else goes into the other crate.
Yeah, okay.
That crate is not dust tiny, and then that goes back. You know what I mean?
Very possibly.
'Cause yeah, there's no reason it should be going through that I can think of.
I mean, I guess if we gotta. Okay, so now that's doing its thing. So metal mixture just does items. Osmiridium does items. So we have some fluid coming out of here, but not all of it. You're still moving. The metal mixture, though, is slow. Yeah, it's these final centrifuges I was worried about with how many you had replicated over in the other area.
Oh, yeah.
I felt like we needed more centrifuging, especially with the stone dust and all that jazz, because of how slow they are to centrifuge. Because I think this is metal mixture right now doing 25 second, and stone is 3 second, but there's infinite of it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I guess we can always put more centrifuges over in this space here.
Yep. Yeah, because we're now 2 full crates deep in stone dust. And that's only after requesting, like, the equivalent of maybe 10 stacks of ore. Like, we didn't even stress test this thing.
No. No, we didn't. So, yeah.
So how much is coming out of stone dust that we need?
So stone dust, the metal mixture is really the only thing that I think I care about. Or the only thing of any kind of interest.
Yeah, but I mean, that means we need to sift all of the stone dust.
No, I know. So, and the metal mixture is only for a chance at, well, we get a chance. We get barium from that, which is nice, and then a chance for ilmenite for titanium, and then chromite for more chrome.
Right.
But, I mean, we don't have a whole lot of barite or barium, but we have a lot of the other stuff. So
barite we still need then.
Yeah, but there are other ways to get it. We get barium from, I think, also the rock salt processing from borax that comes out of that. So,
I'm just wondering if we need to do like an overflow dump of stone dust. So let this thing process as much stone dust as it can get, and then whatever else comes out can be dumped. So we'd end up processing what, like 5-10% of the stone dust, but we'd still be processing it.
Or we use the other centrifuge in the other room. We use that setup to do stone dust.
I feel like no matter what we do, we're gonna end up with too damn much stone dust. Like as soon as we stress test this thing with like 100 stacks of ore or whatever, we're gonna be buried hip deep in stone dust all the way back to the input. Like there's gonna be no chasing that dragon.
No. So what we do is we tell all of this to ignore centrifuging stone dust.
Right.
Send it through, punch it into the network. I have a drawer that holds 400,000 stone dust, and then voids the excess.
It's a start.
And then we set up the centrifuge in the old ore processing area to just do stone dust. And then so we have it, we make that do the work over there.
Okay.
And then it doesn't matter if that backs up because we're not using that for the regular ore processing anymore.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, anything to get it out of this line, I think, is going to be important.
Yep. So I say we do
yeah.
that. I say we distribute the load.
All right.
I'm just grabbing the trash out of these last few things, like purified piles of ore that should get crushed and stuff like that, and then I can start importing everything to get stuff moving again.
Ah, 5. I see. But more can't come through because of all the other crap. All right, so let's take you. There's just so much of it. There's so much of it. Oh God, why is there just infinite lapis in all these boxes? What the hell?
Because we did dense lapis, and that each one dense lapis turns into 16 regular.
Well, yeah, but I thought you fixed the problem. I cleared out these boxes all the way back to like over there, and
There was a lot of lapis.
yeah, but I thought you fixed the problem. And I cleared out the problem all the way out to here, and now it's filled up to back to here again.
Fill up with what?
Purified lapis dust
Oh.
and stuff that should not be making it to these boxes.
Yeah, I thought I thought I fixed it too, so I guess I'm going to take a peek ski again.
Humbug, I say.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of purified, like, coal and stuff that's not being crushed like it's supposed to. It's entirely possible I have like I misspelled something in one of those Ordict filters.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
You know, instead of crushed, I put cursed.
Cursed.
You know?
Alright, so... let's see. So we do not stone dust forward. So what if we take here, import with acceleration card. So if I import the stone dust to the network, we're good?
Yeah, hey, I think I figured something out. These Ordicts are broken.
Sweet.
So come over main line near the middle here.
Yeah.
This first box going this way, if you can see it says not crushed purified.
Yep.
Put that in the filter to test it. Right? Well, I mean, like when you screwdriver, there's a little box there and you can like click and drag items to see if they match your filter or not.
Oh yeah, okay. It's gone.
Okay. Here you go.
Item matches.
Right, because it's not crushed purified something, right? It's dust. It's purified dust or dust purified, whatever. So it
Right.
does match that filter.
Yeah.
Try that.
Item matches.
But it's crushed purified.
It is indeed crushed purified, but
That
wasn't this
should
where
not match.
wildcards were a thing?
Right, so it's crushed purified, coal crushed purified,
Right.
iron crushed
So
purified.
I add on a wild card and I put
Oh,
that
did
in
I
there,
miss the
and item
wild
does not
card?
match. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
All right, going back, checking literally everything, see if I missed a wild card on all of them. Check all the boxes. Jesus.
So then the question is, why can't I get this to work over here?
Well, that I don't know, but I thought I found some other problem. Kind of glad I didn't. Well, I mean, it was a problem. That explains why coal kept cycling through.
Yeah.
Coal and the redstone and all that kept making it through. Which means some of the backlog can be addressed now. And properly.
Come on, gimme. Nope, I can't catch you fast enough. Ah, I got a small pile. Okay. So, I'm gonna do the same thing. Item matches. Item matches. So blacklist those guys. I don't know why. So what if I just did blacklist, whitelist, blacklist. Maybe that'll simplify things. I see you're emptying quickly.
Yeah, I'm running stuff through again.
And I fixed my problem with the whitelist, or the dust and tiny and whatnot.
Nice.
I just screwed the not thing and just did whitelist, blacklist. Works a lot smoother.
Good, good. Also, I think we have one adjustment to make to the centrifuging filter.
Okay.
The redstone, where it says redstone optional on that sheet.
Yeah.
I think so. In the other room, I was thermally centrifuging redstone, but turns out that was a mistake. So I think that redstone should be the purified pile of redstone dust,
Oh.
because that will centrifuge into redstone and a tiny pile of rare earth.
See, I was just looking at centrifuging, like not even thermal centrifuge, but regular.
Right.
redstone to silicon dust, pyrite dust, and ruby dust. I thought that's how we were getting our rubies.
That's how we used to be, yeah, and it generates a tiny bit of mercury
Yeah.
as well. But yeah, so previously in the other room, I was thermally centrifuging the redstone ore to get the rare earth out of it. But here, it's not on the actual filter, so I mean, I could set it up to do that again, or we can centrifuge it down here on your line. Either way.
I was just following the order.
No, I know. I
So,
didn't realize that I did the other room wrong, technically.
got it. Okay.
So I didn't even think to mention that.
So do we need to take the redstone out of there?
So I'm trying to. Yeah, I would take regular redstone out of there.
Okay, just let it flow through.
Yeah. I think. Or actually, wait, no, don't do that. Don't even. Just, I would just say take redstone out of it. Entirely.
But that's what I was just gonna do, and then you said don't.
Oh yeah, sorry, no, because I had said to put the purified pile in there, but I think I did one of these bits incorrectly, so that would explain why purified piles are getting through.
Got it.
Sorry. Yeah, I forgot the wild card again.
Eh.
It's late, okay?
It is.
So, I mean, at least I caught it, but I realized what could possibly be the reason.
All right, so I am going to be importing stone dust into the network.
Yep. Perfect. Yeah, if we go over 400,000, it gets voided, so that's okay. So what was your thing over there with the tiny piles? Is that the thing you figured out?
Oh yeah, it's just instead of trying to like whitelist not tiny piles or small piles,
Yeah.
I just blacklisted tiny piles and small piles. It's just the opposite of what we were doing to get them out the back end.
Oh, and did you... Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Yeah, this works fine.
Do you have them whitelisted going the other way then?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I was gonna say, otherwise that'll start sucking other things backwards too. But
Yeah, just whitelist smalls and tinies back towards the packager, and blacklist smalls and tinies going forward, and it's a whole lot easier than trying to figure out the knots. And I made sure
Yeah,
tiny
that
piles
works.
weren't going forward. I made sure tiny piles were leaving.
Okay.
Everything seems fine.
great.
Now, I don't recall lapis dust being configured when I was setting all this up.
True.
So, I don't think that's happening.
It's not.
Where should it be happening?
So lapis dust, we don't have anything for that because lapis dust gets autoclaved with pure water to make lapis.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a multi-block
There is.
autoclave.
There is.
We could make an adjustment or an addition to the line to include that.
Could do that. Is that the only thing that gets autoclaved out of this mess?
I don't know if things like diamond dust can be autoclaved, or if that needs an implosion chamber.
Oh, are we not handling diamond dust either?
No.
I see. Yeah, that looks like that needs an implosion chamber. Or we can electrolyze it down to carbon.
Or, I mean, we could electrolyze it. I think the reason why we didn't do that is because we are making diamond dust or mana dust.
Right.
And we didn't want to just start voiding all of our diamonds, which now we know why we need 1 billion of.
I mean, since we need diamond dust for a crafting material, even if it's just for mana dust, we're getting enough diamonds from elsewhere that we don't need to process it.
We could throw it in the trash.
Or we could just import it into the network and have it voiding excess.
Or we can do that too, yeah.
Because
Or
we
not,
still
because
want
we
some
have-
available for mana
We have
dust.
tons of storage. Maybe we don't need to worry about voiding anything anymore. Who knows?
Maybe. Watch us come back over the weekend and it's just all red.
It's just all a travesty. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got...
I'm just going through these boxes trying to find the purified piles of whatever, be it dust or crushed ore, and then throwing it back through the line. And that should clear. I think that's the last error to rectify.
Yeah. So, next thing I need to figure out, I'll have to do this later, is figure out how to... Oh, never mind, I'm having to figure out shit. Never mind, alright.
We ain't gotta do shit.
Alright, so what about... All this dust goes to here. Oh, I think that all gets moved faster than it needs to. Okay. So, you... Don't move stone dust up, but block stone dust. That should handle stone dust coming forward, okay. Wait a second. Why am I doing this the hard way?
Unfortunately, none of these tests, or none of these things that we sent through, were platinum group processing things, which is the bit I might have set up properly.
I see. Okay, so
I might do that tomorrow.
iridosmine and endstone are really the only things that are going to
I don't
matter.
know.
Oh, and metal mixture. Yeah. Rare earth. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, all these things. So yeah, these things go up here to here, and then the rest, iridosmine and endstone dust, and then not that away. So then stone dust is going to back up here. And
Alright, more
this
stuff should be
can
flowing
go
through.
away. I'm fixing this to do a thing.
Oh, you're just having a grab stone dust immediately out of here?
Yep.
Hmm. Okay, that's
Because I am going to set it up to round robin and share all of the sifting between these two, because the rare earth is such a slow slog.
Luckily, there's a round robin setting on the conveyor belt.
Indeed.
Very handy. Is that the 3 seconds for? Oh no, this is 25 seconds.
Yep.
Which one's
25 seconds per rare earth. Yeah.
At least it's per 16.
Well, yeah.
But yeah. So then here's an opportunity. I'm not sure how you want to do it to make it so that way things that don't get centrifuged can hop the line.
Oh, okay.
That way there's no backup waiting for the centrifuging. Things can continue on down.
Okay, how do?
I'm not. I'm not.
Oh, you were
Not sure.
thinking aloud without an answer yet. Got it.
Yeah. Right. What you.
Because, I mean, ultimately, the only thing that's going to stop this up is a mistake. Or, just way too much shit. And the only way to have it hop the line is to bypass it entirely.
Oh, so here's something you can do with one of these, with a crate here.
Yeah.
Because the only things that get centrifuges are dusts, right?
Yes.
So here you do like an OR dictionary for if it's a dust, send it into this stack here. If it's not a dust, loop around to here, and then they can keep going.
That could work. That could work.
Although, well, no, because like iron dust, if we have any of that, that will want to be passed through here.
Well,
but we're not centrifuging the iron.
But at least you'd allow the rest to bypass.
Right, yeah. Things like the full gemstones and whatnot.
Yeah.
We'll be able to go through. And actually, that's actually it. Everything else that comes in here is a dust. Shoot.
Well, dang.
Yeah, because I was able to. In the other room, I did this bit with the big item filters, so I could just make another one and just do not,
right,
or blacklist it, and then I just had a fast lane around the outside.
Well, I mean, it's 2 crates of overage on the top.
Yeah. So
and then 2 crates of throughput.
Yeah, it could be okay.
It might be okay. I think we just ran into too much shit. And too many bugs at once.
Too many bugs to iron out immediately, yeah. Okay, looks like everything here on the end cap is stuff that we want. So I'm going to plug that in again and then continue recycle so I've disconnected the duct from the crate. We're emptying the crate and I'm going to reconnect the duct so we can start pulling stuff through again to make sure everything's working.
All right.
There are still a couple of tiny piles I'll need to get cycled through, but that's okay.
Sure. Not entirely sure what the hell my phone just did. I have an alarm set for something at 1 a.m. Don't worry about it. But
okay.
It went off. I looked down at it, and I was just gonna ignore it and let it keep on going off because it was just a silent.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden my phone flashed a little bit, and it's like alarm canceled. I'm like, what?
Oh.
It just gave up on me.
Yeah, that's weird. You have space in your electrolyzer filters for the electrolysis plant here?
No, it's exactly 27.
Balls. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I mean, we can
Potassium feldspar it is.
we can slap on another one, but
That's true. This just empties fast. I like that.
Yep. Imports with acceleration cards are pretty snazzy.
It's no 8 tacks a stick, or 8 whatever. 8 stacks a tick.
8 tacks a stick.
8 tacks a stick, but it looks like it's 2.5.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. All right, turn that off. You pick that up. It's fine. I got more. Punch that in. See what we get. This all looks like things we want.
It does. I mean, except for that marble dust, but what else?
Well, marble dust and coal dust, but you know, whatever.
I suppose, yeah, the quartzite, the lapis, the sodalite, all those dusts could potentially be, I don't know, explosion compressed and or out of
Sodalite has
phase.
no use. That could almost just be electrolyzed.
That electrolyzes to aluminum, silicon, and sodium. So, oh, and chlorine. Could get some chlorine out of it.
Yeah. And then, yeah, the lapis needs to be autoclaved if we want the lapis
Right.
gems, which I presume we do for crystal ingots.
I mean, we've got 40k, and
Yeah, but we could have.
we could
80K.
have more. Yes.
Looks like there's the rest of those tiny piles. Blinking in and out.
Hopefully those are not coming from my process, but there's stacks of 64, so that's probably just backlog.
Yep, that's what I'm hoping. Is the packager still running?
Oh yeah, it's chewing.
Good, good. I'm not sure where. I feel like there's more tiny piles here than we should have, but there are a bunch of crates down the line from here to there, so might still be okay.
There's a really big crate here. This is just the input to tiny piles. Okay.
So how many drones did you send in?
I sent like 4.
4 tier 4s?
No, I sent 1 tier 4. I sent 1 of the Caymanite drones.
Okay. I guess that explains the. Yeah, I saw Naquita earlier.
Yeah, so that's what 6 stacks of ore for the tier 5 with the Caymanite. I did 1 of the tier 4s with lapis and diamond, etc. I did. What else did I do? Oh, I did 2 of the phosphate ones.
Ah, okay. Good.
Which is pure perfect diamonds and then 3 stacks of ore each, so not much. So I did not send much through. That entire backlog that we've been fighting has just been from 10 stacks of ore tops.
Well, anything that
Oh no, wait, I take it back. I did an iridosmine as well.
anything that had the dense ores translates into 16 times that many piles.
Ah, right.
Yeah. So 1 stack of dense turned into 16 stacks of.
Got it. Okay, that would do it. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
used to dense being a lot less dense than that in other packs.
Right.
It's like 4 at most.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
and the
I guess I
iridosmine
should
is another
say-
9 stacks.
I should say that the dense iron turns into 16 regular iron. I don't know if they changed the values for like all the other dense
Yeah,
things.
lapis is also 16, so I'm assuming it
Okay.
is all across the board.
Yeah.
Yep. Redstone as well, yep. So yeah, 16 friggin' ore per. So 16 stacks of ore. So that was the big hit right there.
Yeah,
Is
that
that-
was a shit ton to punch through. But that's a good stress test.
Indeed. Because that was 5 full stacks of ore, basically, or dense ore. So, times 16. That equals a lot, by the way.
Yeah.
That's solid math right there.
That's good. I'm proud.
I'm ready to pass out.
Yeah, I'm just clearing out the rest of these tiny piles to make sure that no more is actually being generated.
Yeah.
And then I can just plug this thing right back in and we should be good to go.
Give it a little bit. We're doing a centrifuge right now. Done. Why is that not moving? One of my centrifuges is not moving, and I don't know why.
Oh, the top one here?
Yeah. Output's not... Oh, I think it's because I didn't add a second fluid output.
Oh, that'll do it. And these have things on them.
There we go.
That might be. Yeah, now it's running.
It had just been doing the whatchamacallit, the metal
Stone
mixture.
dust.
Yeah, it was doing
Oh,
that
yeah.
and stuff, so it didn't need it for a while until it finally hit one that did need.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, well that's good. See, one more hitch before we call it.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's no tiny piles making it into this final box, or at least if they are, they're immediately getting pulled back out, go back around, so I can't tell.
I was kind of hoping that we'd run into a ruby or something, ruby or sapphire or something, because A, we need sapphires badly, and B, I wanted to see if the mixer and centrifuge process over here worked.
We have 3,500 sapphires. Here, go buy some sapphire ore. It's cheap. Send it through.
I suppose. I was just kind of hoping we'd actually get some.
Yeah, not in those mining missions.
We don't have. There are no mining missions for sapphire ore.
Well, that can't be right.
No mining missions
How
for
are we
sapphire.
supposed to get those for empowering?
I don't know.
Especially because like the hard mode, you can't spend coins, so that's not.
I don't know.
It's very interesting.
I do not.
Unless they
have
want
a
you to
clue.
put. Unless they want you to do like
No, not wireless out of range. Bad.
Oh, sorry, I just disconnected the cable.
Okay. So sapphire dust, electrolyzing diatomite, which is asbestos ore from the nether. So maybe they're expecting you to actually do mining in hard mode.
Yeah, with the drills maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So sapphire ore.
Yeah, toss them through. Let's see if this setup works.
Did I just put the ore in the network? Oh yeah, I do.
Yep. Okay, she's getting macerated. Good. Already done.
Jesus, that was 8 stacks of ore.
Getting washed.
I'm seeing it. Tiny piles already passing down here to the packager.
Yep, that's the washing. So it should be getting. Yeah. Getting sifted over here.
Oh, that sound. that brings back some memories of playing too many packs with Ex Nihilo. I know it's just the regular sand sound, but regular sifting over and over again. Ex Nihilo packs. Oof. the
The thing with
memories.
the gear turn sifters that we had to use in PO3? Or is this
Yeah,
something
except
else?
for X Nihilo starts with a regular old sifter panel that you have to sift by hand.
Oh, yeah, I mean, so did PO3. You gotta sit there and hold right click on it.
Yep, that was the
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Alright, sifting is complete. Packaging is in progress. Yeah, banded iron dust.
Yeah, your mixer is running.
My mixer's running. My mixer's running.
Yeah.
Yay!
She's going.
She's going.
Not sure which of your inputs has the.
Bottom should be sapphire, or middle should be sapphire. And of course, the only downside with these pipes on, or the filters on the pipes, is it stops it.
It's actually in both the middle and the bottom one right now.
Really?
It's actually in all three, I think. Unless that's just the.
I
Well,
only.
that's just the pipe. So.
Oh, yeah. The fluid pipes have a flow.
Yeah, and yeah, this thing's not running.
Probably missing an output, honestly. But I've got 3 liquid outs here.
You don't have a solid out.
Oh, that's right. I didn't do a solid out because I didn't know what I was doing with that yet. Yeah. Okay. Wait, no, I've got a solid out in the back here. Yeah, because it's solid out because it needs to go back to packager.
Oh. Output bus, true. Why you aren't running?
Let me check. Because the fluid filter, for whatever reason, is not letting any fluid into the hatch.
Oh,
The middle one, the down there, should be the one that's getting the fluid.
at the bottom?
Nope. Bottom is green sapphire.
Oh. Then, okay.
Filter, fill, white list, sapphire slurry. Is that the right liquid?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Oh, wait, hang on. Aqua Regia should be in here too, right?
You don't need a pump between. No, not in this. That's in the mixer.
Oh, right.
You don't need a pump between the filter and the importer, do you?
Not normally, but maybe, I guess? Yeah, I guess I had assumed that these filters would work the same way that the item filters had been working the whole time.
Right.
Because this is all I've needed to do for the item filters.
Because, I mean, if I mouse over the filter itself, it says it has 24 buckets of the slurry in it, in each of them.
Right, because you're really just mousing over the fluid, and that's its level.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, now she's running. Are you going to do a pump with the filter then, do you think?
Probably. Which is just silly.
Yeah. Unless you can lock an in. No, you can't.
Alright, we'll try it with the pump next. I suppose an IV pump was a little bit too excessive on that. 16,000 liters per tick.
Jeez. Yeah, maybe a little. Now it's not. Well, now it should be running again, but it wasn't running because hydrochloric was full. So I'm just avoiding in the fluid storage room.
Ah, okay.
You know, that old problem.
That old problem. I see.
Yeah?
This is going to be a problem.
Uh-oh. Why?
Because somewhere in that blue sapphire batch, we also got a little bit of green sapphire, so we have green sapphire slurry somewhere mixed in these pipes. The two middle pipes on either end here have green sapphire slurry in them,
Oh,
and the rest of the pipes have blue.
the top one here has got green. 7.5 buckets
Oh,
of it.
yep, there's some. Okay. So that means that I'm probably going to need the pipes that have the multiple multiple liquid throughputs.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, that would just solve that problem entirely, wouldn't it? You don't need to worry about the filters because they only go to one spot.
supposedly.
I mean, you can't put two fluids into one input.
Yeah, and I guess the only time that that would be a problem is if, for example, we ran through and got blue sapphire slurry in all three of these input slots, and then it wasn't able to finish off a solid recipe in each one, so there's a little left over in each input.
Yeah, that's true. Like 200 millibuckets in each.
That's why I was
or
hoping that
something.
these damn filters would work, but apparently filters don't do a damn thing.
Yeah, well, that's the one to play with a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's going to have to be a later time, because,
But there are 918 sapphires in this bin at the
that's
end.
pretty good.
So, pretty solid. Yeah, I think she's working now. Minus this little hitch and
that little thing, yeah.
the yet untested platinum processing.
True, yes. Now we're gonna have to just
Well,
buy
actually,
some
wait, you
platinum
sent something that did iridium, didn't you?
Osmiridium, yeah.
Which drone was that?
That was the. Oh, just I never mentioned this earlier. Just type MM. So microminer. So they're all labeled MM1 through whatever. Or you can just search
nice.
for osmium or iridium, and it will come up as one of the outputs.
Right, but I want to see like what else that.
Oh yeah. It's literally like 90% osmium and iridium. But what else comes out of there? That one is uraninite, 4 stacks, and then 3 stacks of osmiridium 8020 and 2 stacks of iridosmine 8020.
Oh, and that's it.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah, so the only things that go into the platinum processing are chalcopyrite, sheldonite, tetrahedrite, ornite, chalcocosite, and pentlandite. And I know one of the microminer missions brings back sheldonite. I think one that also does osmium, so I wasn't sure if that's the one you did, because if it was, then I can see if this all worked, because there would have been sheldonite going through.
Sheldonite is the one that comes from Caymanite, so that one did run through.
Oh.
Supposedly. I can request another one if you want.
No, sheldonite is just sitting in this bad boy right here. Just hanging out in the input bus.
Alright.
What?
But why?
Why? You got nitric acid. Why?
Chemical reactor. Do you have a liquid out? Sulfuric nickel solution?
No. No.
That might
That
do
would
it.
be why. Okay.
I know. It's one of the hazards of me building all of the multiblocks and then you having to go back and undo some of that to put all the stuff in.
Oh, that's just, it's just gotta go into this electrolyzer here, which is a block. Okay, I'll do this in the morning.
Okay. But we done good. Even if it's not perfect, we done good.
We did work, and we made the new ore processor, and it's 97% at least.
I spent 90% of my time building these things, and then so let's go with 75% of my time building these things. 20-ish% of the time, the rest of the time, putting this last bit together, and then 5% of my time putting out all the fires I ran into on the way.
Right. Yep.
The missing metals and the missing crafting recipes that I never set up and all that crap.
Yeah.
And the new ores. We've got 3 new ores coming out of a brand new alloy blast furnace. I still have 1 or 2 more to put on there. I just haven't configured it yet. Do we want... I think it's titanium carbide or titanium tungsten carbide.
Do we want it?
Do we want it and or need it? Because I think that's one of the remaining ones that needs to be done in the alloy blast smelter that I haven't set up yet.
Looks like you have an auto craft for the plates. I don't know what the plates are used for.
I identified that they were useful at some point.
Laser safe engraving casing for the multi-block laser engraver.
Ah, okay.
It appears to be its only use. So until we need one of those,
Okay.
which I don't know if we ever will, but
Never know.
it's true.
Maybe we
Never
need to
know.
start multi-blocking all of our circuit production.
I did just say I don't know if we ever will. Not we won't ever.
Well, I mean, we finally put a good chunk of this building to use.
Yep.
And we did it all in one night.
And we did it all in one night with plenty of room to spare. So now what we can do is we can have from that one picture of the draconic infusers where they're stacked up, we can stack them sideways and just have a long hallway of fusion crafters.
Oh god, alright, I'm gonna start queuing up more of those.
Yeah. And then we'll just make wyvern cores like nobody's business.
No crafting CPUs are available to craft up 16 of those.
Why not?
Because it's too damn big of a recipe. I can craft up 8 because we have a
Right
CPU
now.
that's big enough. What?
Right now.
Oh. Nope.
How much spaces do you need?
163,000 bytes.
We have one that's 150 or 1536,000.
1536,000?
Yeah, look at CPU 9.
CPU 9. Oh, yeah.
That one should be big enough.
That should be.
There was a formation core stuck in that one, so I just canceled it, and that's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it wasn't big enough before, but now the stopping point is we don't have 24,000 or 2400 luminescence to craft with.
Well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. We're a
We'll
little
get
distracted this time. We didn't do any of the other crap we said we were going to do because this took up the entire evening.
This took all 7 hours.
With both of us.
Yeah. But it's done.
It's done, and
Finished troubleshooting it over the weekend, and
Yeah.
it should be up and running completely by Tuesday.
yeah, we'll have to run through a few different things in here and make sure it all runs correctly. And
Right.
so, question.
Answer.
Instead of a giant ass line of infusion crafting here, could we do things like more alloy blast smelters and EBFs and whatnot here?
Sure, and then we can do the big line of fusion crafting upstairs.
Yeah, you're really set on that big line of fusion crafting.
I'm set on. Someone was saying that we're not automating things fast enough.
That is fair.
And so I'm gonna start automating things faster.
Well, time to make 7 to 10 more fusion machines then, because we're not getting europium fast enough.
Yeah, I thought part of me wanted to calculate how much europium we needed before Creative Tank, but then I decided not to.
Okay.
Because then we could just get that instead. But I know we need at least the Mark III
Okay.
reactor.
Agreed, Midnight.
Yeah, I don't know.
Agreed.
Yeah, maybe fusion crafting over. Yeah, I don't know. something.
You just want a lot of fusion crafting. All right, I got it.
We're gonna need a lot of fusion.
I'm gonna increase at least the back stock of luminescence over the weekend. I might make it a higher tier, and then run through a whole bunch of microminer phosphate runs, because that's the big stopping point. Since I've already set up luminescence at one point on stream, whatevs. I'll do it again in a higher tier, and then see if we can get more luminescence, because that's been a stopping point a few times for me.
Yeah.
So that's a task for the weekend, and I'll keep crafting up some of these things as we go. I'll try to make something. I know you want a big long line of fusion crafting. I'll try to make something that looks pretty.
I mean, it just, you have the whole tunnel that you can watch all of them from one end. You can see them all spinning and clicking and stuff the whole way down.
Well, it would be kind of neat.
It would just look kind of neat. Yeah, like I need 745 of these wyvern cores, for instance.
Yeah.
And doing that one at a time is.
Well, right, and we need something like 3 draconic fusion cores per like tier 10 miner or something like that.
Yep. So that's why I say we need more of them.
Yes.
I understand they're expensive, but
it's less that they're expensive. They're just kind of a pain in the ass to set up.
Yeah.
But the expensive and the long delays between making them is also a problem. I could double this up by just making the recipes and letting both of them cook right now, but never made the recipes.
I had done that earlier, but we were missing 4 of these injectors, so.
Oh yeah.
I put the wyvern one in there, queued up 2, and then I'm like, well, why isn't the other one running? Because we don't have enough inputs.
Do you still have the wyvern recipe?
No, but I did put a pattern terminal right here.
Why don't you have a wireless pattern terminal?
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, when we got the new pattern terminals, I put one in the network for you.
Oh, so you did. Well, I don't have that many hotkeys or bobble slots.
Oh, okay. I have I for inventory with wireless. I have Shift I for fluid terminal, and I have Control I for pattern terminal.
Oh, yeah, I have E from just my inventory. I have Shift E for the AE network, and then Shift F for the fluids.
I see.
That's why I'm twerking all the time, 'cause I'm Shift E-ing.
I see. There we go. Is that gonna work?
If they get power.
No, something's up. Fuck it. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Kind of hoping I could get it to multicraft right now, but whatevs. I'll figure it out later.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
We did so much friggin' work. My head hurts. Like, my head physically hurts, but that's not from the thinking. That's just from my head hurting. But yeah, Midnight, thanks for hanging out. Kinder, if you're still out there. Anyone else who may be lurking, I appreciate y'all being there. Tomorrow being Friday, I don't believe it's going to be Icarus night, so I'm planning on doing the new Kerbal Space Program 2 update that just came out that supposedly fixes a lot of the bugs I was having. So I'm looking forward to that. If not, I have a simulator game lined up, like one of the goofy simulators I love. So either way, we'll have some fun tomorrow. I'm going to go pass out now, so thank y'all for coming. I'll see you next time.